fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Crosswords, puzzling yourself. I got your mind twisted. Unrealistic wavelength draining all your brain strength, inflicted crosswords puzzling your doubt, questioning your own mental health. Yeah, it's like a maze within itself. Yeah, check the grimy, slimy, criminal individuality, searching for the dark night, lurking in the shadows of the city. Hero with Jiggy, my crime committee, robbing every coffin, piggy bank blind. Take a journey through the mind of a red. Not a problem, a body for a price, not a problem, the red once again, it's the mind bender, 3-time felony offender, demented, brain cemented, mixing the blender, illusion, mass confusion, question mark, cluesing, what, where, why, who's in, quiz, time to ask yourself who it is, shiesty be you know, underhanded biz, invaded brothers' wigs. Can I live? Corrupting, bringing all the misery and suffering. Pain you couldn't cure with the buffering. Rotating, ridiculous, rapid fire riddle. Back, get trapped in the middle of the red line. In the jam, there ain't no sequel, not a problem. Big up to all my people, not a problem. The red line. Observe if you will. I'm in my hideout in the back of the hills. I crack a ball, then I quarter by the mill. Co-defendants Johnny Blaze and Bobby Stills. We was blazing Hot Wheels. Turn the corner, you can hear the wheels squeal. On that ass fast was the Batmobile. I can tell by the demon on the grill. This was real. Alley cat screaming. I hear the trash can, garbage everywhere. Money flying out the bags and trying to escape. Hold on with the cape, or else he be headed upstate. It's the red blood. Suicide, not a problem. Speaking homicide, not a problem. You wanna talk genocide, not a problem. It's the red law. Feel good, don't it?
Yeah, they should do a remix. The Diddler! 3-time felony offender, demented. That would be dope. Actually, I didn't come up with that. Rock did from Helter Skelter. I was watching a live stream, and he brought it up. And he said, he said, P. Diddy should come out with a remix, The Diddler, and I said, damn, that's creative and funny at the same time. Fucking P. Diddy. He ain't gonna go to jail, man. He's gonna walk away from all that shit because he's got billions. Just like that little debate Trump had, you could clearly see Biden is just a joke, and I think he might be a robot. The robot can't even speak right. do anything right. Just give me 1 second. I gotta pull up this chapter. Alright, Melchizedek. The Mysteries of the Fire, I think this book's called. Chapter 2 is Man, the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries. Pythagoras said that the universal creator had formed two things in his own image. The first was the cosmic system with its myriads of suns, or myriads of suns, my fault, moons and planets. The second was man, in whose nature the entire universal existed in miniature. What? It says, in whose nature the entire universe existed in a miniature, long before the introduction of idolatry into religion. The early priests, to facilitate their study of the natural sciences, tamed the statue of man to be placed in the sanctuary of their temples, chomos, using the human figure to symbolize the divine power in all its intricate manifestations. Thus the priests of antiquity accepted man as their textbook, and through the study of him learned to understand the greater and more abstruse mysteries of the celestial scheme of which they were a part. It is not improbable that this mysterious figure standing over the primitive altars was made in the nature of a mannequin, and like certain emblematic hands in the mystery schools was covered with hieroglyphs, either carved upon its surface or painted thereon with everlasting pigments. The statue may have obtained thus, showing the relative positions of the organs, bones, muscles, nerves, and other parts. The present generation is prone to underestimate the knowledge of anatomy possessed by ancient races. Owing to destruction by time and vandalism, the available records do not adequately represent the learning of antiquity. Professor James H. Breasted, archaeologist of the University of Chicago, recently stated that his investigation showed that the learned doctors of Egypt during the 18th dynasty, that is, about 17 centuries before Christ, had a medical knowledge comparable to that of the 20th century. Professor Breasted is quoted as follows. For instance, in it, the Edwin Smith Papyrus, an early scientific document, the word brain appears for the first time recorded in human speech, and there is evidence that the Egyptians understood the localization of brain control and of muscles, a knowledge that has only been rediscovered within the last generation. The knowledge which the Egyptian priest physicians possessed concerning the functions of the several parts of the human body not only equaled that of many modern scientists, but as regards those functions and powers concerned with the spiritual nature of man and organs and centers through which the spiritual essences control the body, their knowledge exceeded that of the modern world. During ages of research, much was contributed to fundamental principles of the early philosophers, and at the time Egypt reached the crowning glory of their civilization. The mannequin was a mass of intricate hieroglyphs and symbolic figures. Every part had its secret meaning. The measurements of this stone figure formed the basic standard by means of which it was possible to measure all parts of the cosmos. It was a glorious composite emblem of all the knowledge possessed by the sages and hierophants of Isis, Osiris, and Serapis. Then came the time of idolatry. The mysteries decayed from within. The secret meaning were lost, and none knew the identity of the mysterious man who stood over the altar. It was only remembered that the figure was a sacred and glorious symbol of the universal power. His figure came to be looked upon as God, the one in whose image man was made. The secret knowledge of the purpose for which the mannequin was constructed being lost, the priests worshipped the actual wood and stone. Stupido. Until finally their lack of spiritual understanding brought the temple down in ruins about their heads, and the statue crumbled with the civilization which had forgotten its meaning. Today, the great faith of the white race, Christianity, is served by a great number of lost, honest, sincere, devout men and women. While devoted to their task, they are only partly efficient because the majority of them are hypocrites, are totally ignored of the fact that so-called biblical Christianity is an allegory. Concerning the true spirit of Christianity, and that esoteric doctrine evolved in the temple by the initiated minds of pagandom and promulgated to serve the religious needs of the human race. Today, his faith is served by millions and understood by only a handful. For while the mystery temple no longer exists as an institution on the corners of the streets, as it did in the ancient world, the mystery school still exists as an invisible philosophical structure. It admits into the knowledge of its secrets only a few, permitting the great mass to enter only the outer courtyard, and making his offerings upon the brazen altar. Christianity is essentially a mystery school, but most of its adherents do not understand it well enough to realize that there are secrets concealed behind the parables and allegories which are an important part of its dogma. Why should Christianity not be a mystery school? Its founder was an initiate of the Essenian mysteries. The Essenian mysteries. The Essenes, this is what Prodigy talked about. The Essenes were disciples of the great Pythagoras and were also connected with the secret school of India. The Master Jesus was himself a hierophant, deeply versed in the ancient arcanum. St. John, by his writings, proved himself to be acquainted with the ritualism of the Egyptian cult, and it is contended that St. Matthew was the teacher of Basilides, the immortal Egyptian sage, co-founder with Simon Magus of Gnosticism, the most elaborate system of Christian mysticism that has ever evolved from the main stem of St. Peter's Church. During its early history in Rome, Christianity was in constant contact with Mithraism, the fire philosophy of Persia, from which it borrowed no small part of its rituals and ceremonials. If Christianity were looked upon less as a church and more as a mystery school, the modern world would rapidly gain a clearer understanding of its tenets. Every priest of Christendom, every minister of the gospel should be an anatomist and physiologist, a biologist and a chemist, a physician and an astronomer, a mathematician and a musician, and above all, a philosopher. By a philosopher, we mean one who could study intelligently all these different lines of thought and discover the interrelationship existing between them, and use all the arts and sciences as methods by which to interpret the magnificent, emblematic pageant and mystery drama of the Christian faith. If they were to intelligently consider the secrets handed down from the priests in pagan antiquity, whose stupendous genius soared far above the rutted prejudice of modern thought, they would make a number of important discoveries. First of all, they would discover that in the present translation of both the Old and New Testaments are numerous mistakes, owing to the fact that the translator were not spiritually competent to interpret the secret mysteries of the Hebrew and Greek languages. They would find numberless contradictions caused by misunderstanding, and would also discover that the so-called apocryphal. It says APOCRYPHAL. I'll just say apocryphal. I think it's apocryphal books rejected as uninspired contain some of the most important keys which have descended to us from antiquity. They would learn that the Old Testament was not to be considered literally, that concealed between its lines were certain secret teachings without which the true meaning of the Hebrew writings cannot be discovered. They would no longer laugh at the pagans for their plurality of gods, for they would discover that they themselves, if faithful followers of the scriptures, are polytheists. The word Elohim, as used in the early chapters of Genesis and translated God, is a masculine, feminine, plural word meaning a number of gods who are androgynous and not one supreme deity. They would realize that Adam was not a man, but a species, a race of creatures. They would also realize that the Garden of Eden was not located in Asia Minor. Even if some knew these things to be true, a great part of humanity would still reject them because they would disagree with the accepted traditions, venerated not because they are true, but because they have been accepted for generations. They would crown their discoveries by a realization that the holy land of all nations is the human body, that this is sacred earth, consecrated to the gods. They would realize that their own bodies were the holy sepulchres, I think it's sepulchres, that have long been in the hands of the infidel, and they would realize that there is no infidel of any race half so heartless as the infidel which dwells in the heart of man himself, that there is no enemy to faith like the lower nature of the individual. There is no Judas like selfishness, no betrayer like ignorance, no tyrant like pride, no Red Sea to be crossed like which comprises the emotional nature of man, surging outward from the red blood forming centers in the human liver. If the modern theologians could see the ancient mannequin over the altar, they would clearly understand all this, but not realizing that there is a secret doctrine they do not speak or seek for yet. Yet who can read the book of Ezekiel and Revelation and not realize that the beloved disciple John, transcending all the others in his vision, was indeed lifted up or raised, as the modern Mason might say, and beheld the pageantry of the mysteries? The allegories of St. John are drawn from every religion of the ancient world. The drama which he unfolds in Revelation is synthetic and therefore truly Christian in that it includes the great teachings of all ages. Some believe that God has not willed that man should understand the mysteries of his own destiny, but let these retell those immortal words. There is nothing concealed that shall not be revealed. There is nothing hidden that shall not be made known. This being true, let us take up the labor of solving or unveiling, of reconstructing, following in the footsteps of the illumined of all ages. We too shall discover truth by following the winding stairs up which the candidates of every nation and religion have passed, wearing ruts in the stones. The spirit of man is a tiny ring of colorless fire, form which pours streamers and rays of scintillating force. By a mystic process, the rays build bodies around the central, formless germ, and man dwells in the midst of these bodies, controlling them by waves of force in a manner difficult to appreciate unless one is familiar with the occult constitution of man. The ring of invisible flame is the eternal fire, the spark from the infinite wheel, the birthless, deathless, eternal center which includes within itself all that it has ever been, all that it is, and all that it ever shall be. This germ dwells in the state of eternity, for to this immortal spark, time is illusionary. Distance is non-existent. Joy and sorrow are unknown. For concerning its function and consciousness, all that can be said is that it is. While other things come and go, it is. This germ of immortality enters into the embryo at the time of quickening and passes out at the moment of death. With its coming, heat is generated. With its leaving, heat is withdrawn. As the flaming orb of the sun is in the midst of the solar system, so this flaming ring of spirit is in the midst of the bodies of man. It is the altar fire which never goes out. Into the service of the divine flame, the wise of all nations have consecrated themselves. For in this flame lies all perfection and the possibility of ultimate attainment. This flame manifests individualities and personalities. but the extracted essences of experience, intelligence, and activity stored up in the individualities and personalities are finally absorbed into this flame, furnishing it with fuel with which it gleams and burns more brightly. From this one altar, fire of all the fires in the human body are lighted, like the countless flames which have been started from the sacred fires of the Parsees. Compare the flaming spirit of man to the light of a candle. First, in the midst of the candle, close to the wick, is a glowy, nearly colorless. Around this is a ring of golden light, and still further out surrounding the yellow is a deeper orange or reddish flame, which gives off more or less smoke. These three lights, blue, yellow, red, are closely related to the flame in man, for there is a blue fuel, less light, and there is a yellow light supplied by a pure oil that burns with a steady glow, giving no smoke. Then there is a red flame supplied with a coarser fuel. This is called the consuming fire of the ancients. For in the human body, the blue flame is the clearly burning light of reason, illuminating the mind and lighting the darkness of the night, while the red flame is the false light, the fire of the passion and lust. It is smoky like the battlefield, where hates and fears go up together in one seething, lurid sheet of brick red flame. There are three fires, the fire of divinity, the fire of humanity, and the fire of the demons. These three are enshrined within the nature of man, whence their radiance goes forth as the sacred trisyllabic word by which the heavens are created, the earth formed, and the works of evil destroyed. The disciples of ancient wisdom realized that during the dawn of this earth scheme, certain instructions were deposited in safe places by the sons of the dawn, or, as we call them, the gods, and that after having ensured that these doctrines would be preserved for the ultimate salvation of the race, the gods entered into the constitution of man and lost their identity. For this reason, it is said that the kingdom of heaven is within you. For the kingdom of heaven includes the divine Father, his Trinity, his seraphim, cherubim, powers, dominations, principalities, thrones, angels, and archangels. Each of these celestial creatures has contributed something to the nature of man. Through the powers of one he feels, through the power of another he sees, through the power of a third he speaks, through the power of a fourth he understands, and through the power of the divine Father he is immortal. Through the power of the Trinity he is threefold in his constitution, spiritual, intellectual, physical, and through the power of the seraphim the great fires were given to him, while from the cherubim he secured his composite form. Hence these spirits are confined within his own nature until man builds that nature to the point where he releases these cosmic powers through giving them adequate expressions and no longer limiting them by his own ignorance and perversion. In truth, the kingdom of heaven is within man far more completely than he realizes, and as heaven is in his own nature, so earth and hell are also in his constitution. For the superior worlds circumscribe and include the inferior, and earth and hell are included within the nature of heaven. As Pythagoras would say, quote, the superior and inferior worlds are included within the area of the supreme sphere, end quote. So all the kingdoms of earthly nature, the minerals, the plants, the animals, and his own human spirit are included within the physical body, and he himself is the appointed guardian spirit of the mineral kingdom, and he is responsible to the creative hierarchies for the destiny of the stones and metals. The infernal world is also part of himself, for within his nature is Lucifer, the beast of Babylon, Mammon, Beelzebub, and all the other infernal furies. At the basis of his spine burns an infernal fire, and the witch's Sabbath, so glowingly described by Eliphas Levi, can be traced to its source in the lower emotional centers of the human body. Thus man is heaven, earth, and hell in one, and his salvation is much more personal problem than he realizes. Realizing that the human body is a mass of psychic centers, and that during life the form is crisscrossed with endless currents of energy, that all through the form are sunbursts of electric force and magnetic power. Man can be seen by those who know how to see it as a solar system of stars and planets, suns and moons, with comets and irregular orbits circling through them. As the Milky Way is supposed to be a gigantic cosmic embryo, so man is himself a galaxy of stars, each of which someday will be constellations in itself. Whichever way we look, we find life. Wherever we find life, we find light. For in the midst of all these living things are tiny sparks of immortal splendor. Those whose eyes are chained by earthly limitations see the forms, but to those transcending materiality, each life appears as a gleam of immortal splendor. Even the atmosphere is alive with light, and the clairvoyant passes through spheres of flame. There are lights of thousands of colors and the rainbow hues for surpassing in brilliancy the luminosity of the sun. Lights of 1,000 times more varied than the spectrum that we know. Color undreamed of. Lights so brilliant they cannot be seen, but are felt as rising sounds in the head. Lights that must be heard, others like solid columns of fire that must be felt. Wherever the seer gazes, he beholds fire. It pours from the stone, it flashes into geometric stars from the petals of flowers, and shoots in waves from the fur of animals. It surrounds man with an auroral of radiance, and the earth with a halo of rainbow bands extending miles from its surface. Higher pours the light upward through the surface of the earth. It shoots light downward from the empty air. It radiates light outward from the center of everything, and inward from the circumference of everything. It is strange that this universal living splendor was revered. It is man's most perfect symbol of God, for the light is the primary manifestation of the unmanifested and eternal one. The eternal fire burning, fueling in the souls of everything has been since the beginning of time the most sacred symbol in all the world. Hold on. All right, what did I leave off? The eternal fire burning fuelless in the soul of everything has been since the beginning of time the most sacred symbol in all the world. For while figures of wood and stone, paintings on canvas, and even songs are more or less expressions of the form. The physical side of nature, the radiant light, this flaming splendor and symbolic of the spirit, the lifer, the immortal germ in the midst of form. It was sacred to the superior deity, and all worshipped it and made offerings to it. It was the source, and men worshipped the source, seeking by secret culture, handed down through the ages, and based upon the instructions of the gods themselves, to make that light shine out more gloriously from within themselves. This is the source of fire and light symbolism. Light is only sacred because it dispels the darkness in which lurk all the enemies of human life. It is also sacred because it is the vehicle of life. This is evidenced by the effect of sunlight upon plant, animal, and human life. Light is also the vehicle of color, the coloring matter of all earthly things being imparted from the sun. It is the vehicle of heat, and according to the wisdom of antiquity, it carries the sperm of all things from the sun. Through light also passes the impulses from the grand man. According to the mysteries, God controls his universe by means of impulse, of intelligence, which he projects through streamers of visible or invisible light. The light serves the universe in a capacity somewhat similar to that in which the nervous system serves the body. Pythagoras said, quote, "The body of God is composed of substances of light," end quote. Where light is, God is. Who worships light worships God. Who serves light serves God. What more fitting symbol has any man ever conceived of the ever-living, pulsating, divine Father than the living, pulsating, radiating fire? Fire is the most sacred of all elements, and the most ancient of all symbols. This being the case, the ancients were not without reason and philosophy when they accepted fire or light as their supreme symbol, and chose as the emblem of the universal light, the central glory of the sun. In so doing, they became not sun worshippers, but worshippers of God, as he manifests himself through the light of truth. The fire philosophers worship three lights: the light of the sun, that of the earth, and that of the soul. This latter being the light in man, which they believed would ultimately be reabsorbed into the divine light, from which it was temporarily separated by the prison walls of man's lower nature. The mysteries of all ages were dedicated to the reunion of the little light with the great light, its father and source. To the Gnostic, Christ was the colorless divine light which assumed the form of radiant splendor, truth, that it might minister unto the needs of the little light struggling for expression in the soul of every human creature. This divine light entered into the light of nature, and by strengthening the latter assisted the vitalizing of all living things. The light in man, the God in miniature, was saved, or more correctly released, by a process called regeneration. The secret method used to effect this release without long spiral path of evolutionary progress was the great and supreme secret of the mysteries, revealed only to those who had proven themselves worthy to be entrusted with the power of life and death. These mysteries are perpetuated today in Freemasonry. The Masonic order is founded in the secret schools of the pagan antiquity, many of the symbols of which are preserved to this day in the various degrees of the Blue Lodge and Scottish Rite. Concerning the origin of the name Freemason, which is itself a key to the doctrines of the order, Robert Hewitt Brown, 32 Degrees, writes, Long before the building of the King Solomon's temple, Masons were known as the Sons of Light. Masonry was practiced by the ancients under the name of Lux, light, or its equivalent, in the various languages of antiquity. We are informed by several distinguished writers that the word masonry, is corruption of the Greek word misoranio, which signifies I am in the midst of heaven, alluding to the sun which, being in the midst of the heavens, is the greatest source of light. Others derive it directly from the ancient Egyptian Phre, the sun, and Mas, a child. Free Masen, children of the sun or son of light. The true secret of the regeneration of the fire in the human soul is revealed by the ritual of the third degree of the Blue Lodge, under the allegory of the murder of Hiram Abiff. The name Hiram is, as has already been quoted, closely related to the element of fire. His direct descendant from Tabu Cain, the first great worker of metals by means of fire, still further connects this cunning worker of metal with the immortal life flame in man. In his Secret Societies of All Ages, Charles W. gives an old Kabbalistic legend in connection with the relation of early Masonry to the worship of fire. According to this legend, Hiram Abiff was not a descendant of Adam or Jehovah, as were the sons of Seth, but was born of nobler race, for in his blood ran the fire of Samael, one of the Elohim. Further, there are two kinds of people in the world, those with aspiration and those without. Those without aspiration are the sons of Seth, true children of the earth, who cling to their parent with tenacity, and the key word of their nature is earthiness. There is another race, who are the sons of fire, for they are the descendants of Samael, the regent of fire. These flame-born sons are ever fired with ambition and aspiration. They are the builders of cities, the raisers of monuments, the conquerors of words, the pioneers, the workers in metals, true sons of the eternal flame. Fiery and tempestuous are the souls in earth. Fiery and tempestuous are their souls, and earth to them is a burden. Jehovah does not answer their prayers, for they are sons of another star. Aspiration is the keynote of their nature, and again they raise phoenix-like from the ashes of failure. Never will they rest, like the element of which they are a part. They are wanderers upon the face of the earth, with their eyes upon the flaming star from which they came. The fundamental difference is plainly visible in daily life. Some are always connected, others never reach the goal. Some are the sons of water, the keepers of flocks. Others are sons of fire, the builders of cities. One group is conservative, the other is progressive. One is the king, the other is the priest. But within the nature of every living thing, the sons of fire and the sons of water exist together. In the scriptures, the flame-born one are called the sons of God, and the water-born are referred to as the daughters of men. For the flame-born son is the divinity in man, and the water-born is the humanity in man. These two brothers are deadly enemies, but in the mysteries they are taught to cooperate one with the other, and are symbolized in Freemasonry as the double-headed eagle, 33 degrees. According to the ancient wisdom, a time will come when man has two complete spinal systems, both equally developed, and his life will be controlled by two powers working in unity, one with the other. To express this, the ancient alchemists symbolized attainment as a two-headed figure, one-headed male and the other female. The androgynous Ishvara, the planetary lord of the Brahmins, has the right half of his body male and the left half female, to symbolize that he is the archetype for the ultimate human race. Man, then being positive and negative in one, will no longer reproduce himself as the present time. One of the ancient mysteries taught that the end of all things is like the beginning, plus the experience of the cycle, and someday the human race will give birth to its new bodies out of its own nature. As certain primitive animals still do. They indeed will man be its own father and his own mother, complete in himself. Initiation makes possible this process in man much earlier than the natural sequence of human evolution would permit it. Such in the true mystery of Melchizedek, king of Salem, the priest king, priest water, king fire, who was his own father and his own mother, that's weird, and in whose footsteps all initiates follow. The highest of all occult orders, which exist only in the inner world, may be called the Order of Melchizedek, although among certain nations it has other names. The order is composed entirely of the graduates of the other mystery schools, who have actually reached the point where they can give birth to their present selves out of their own nature, like the mysterious phoenix bird, which breaks open at death, permits a new bird to fly forth. The phoenix was once regarded as an actual zoological rarity, but now known that it never existed other than a symbol of a high stage in the development of man. The phoenix built its nest out of flames, which is exceedingly significant. The secret order of Melchizedek can never appear in the physical world, while humanity is constituted according to its present plan. It is the supreme mystery school, and a few have reached the point where they have blended their divine and human natures so perfectly that they are symbolically two-headed. The heart and the mind must be brought into perfect equilibrium before true thinking or true spirituality can be attained. The highest function of the mind is reason. The highest function of the heart is intuition, a sensing process not necessitating the normal working of the mind. Reason alone is heartless, feeling alone is mindless, but these two blended together temper justice with mercy and kindness with strength. The spirit is neither male nor female, but both, an androgynous entity. The perfect manifestation of the androgynous spirit must be through an androgynous body, which is self-generating. But many millions of years must pass before the human race learns the lessons of polarity sufficiently well to assume this new nature with intelligence. In that day, everything will be complete unto itself. Understanding will be mature, and there will be a depth and broadness which cannot be manifested through either a male or a female organism alone. Such is the mystery of the priest king, and such was the position which Jesus reached when he called a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. All this is symbolized in the emblems of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. When considered clairvoyantly, the body of man resembles a great bouquet of flowers, for all over the physical form are petal-like groups of emanating force rays of various shapes and colors. There is one of these mysterious centers in the palm of each hand and in the sole of each foot. Nearly all the vital organs have whirling or radiating vortices of light as spiritual bases. These spinning, vibrating flowers are extremely important occult centers. Each of them is capable, under certain conditions, of assisting man to secure a broader function of consciousness. It is possible to see with the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. In fact, ultimately man will see with all parts of his body. A symbol of this ultimate condition was preserved in the Egyptian mysteries by the figure of Osiris, who is often shown sitting upon a throne, his entire body composed of eyes. The Greek god Argus was also noted for his ability to see with different parts of his body. The Oriental Buddhas are often symbolized as having peculiar geometric patterns on the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. The famous footprints of Buddha carved in stone have a miniature sun just in front of the heel of each foot. Some of these Japanese jiu-jitsu artists are acquainted with the secret science of these mysterious nerve centers, although the knowledge has been concealed from the majority of the Japanese wrestlers. There are charts in Japan which show the exact location of these sacred centers. The slightest pressure upon certain of them will paralyze the entire body. So great is their control over the rest of the nerve system. So 33, I think it's 33, can be fatal and the remainder are paralyzing. Anyway, the jujitsu exponents are also caught. Yeah, the jujitsu exponents are also caught how they can resuscitate a person who is absolutely dead by means of pressure brought to here on certain points of the upper vertebrae of the spine. This is successful in nearly every case, often after all other methods have failed. The sunburst of vari-colored lights in the body constitute the sacred lotus blossom of India and Egypt and the roses of the Rosicrucians. They are also the immortal beads of the Bhagavad Gita, strung upon a single thread. It is through these centers that the nails of the crucifixion were driven. The crucifixion contains the secret of opening the flower centers in the hands, feet, side, and head. The 3 nails which accomplish this are preserved to Freemasonry as the 3 leading officers of the lodge and the 3 murders of Haram Habib. The Mexican Indian Osiris, called Prince Ko, died from 3 wounds inflicted by his enemies, and his heart was found in an urn by Augustus Le Plongeon, who spent many years in investigating Central American antiquities. The relationship between these sacred centers and the jewels in the breastplate of the high priest of Israel must not be overlooked, for both symbols have a similar meaning. The most sacred part of the human body is the brain and the spinal system, revered from all antiquity and symbolized again and again in all religions of the world. While other parts of the body are of great interest to the student, the mysterious workings of the spinal fire by means of which liberation is finally attained is so tremendous that many years must be spent in understanding even the fundamental principles. The spine is the rod which budded the Yggdrasil tree, the flaming sword, the staff of comfort, and the wand of Magi. I'll read chapter 3 tomorrow, the sacred fire in the spine and brain. What's up, Gabriel? Good to see you here, bro. Joe King, Crystal, Faceplant. Yeah, Gabriel. I don't know who was hiding you, but I found like 12 of your fucking comments hidden, but I took care of that issue. You know? I was pissed off when I seen that. You know, after I tell people you think you can trust not to do that shit, and they still do it. But anyway. What's good, London man?
What's going on? How you doing?
Chilling, man. It's good to see you come by.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. It's been a while, man. You're gonna have to excuse the noise in the background. I've got the family still around me.
It's cool. I'm alright, Gabriel. Just chilling. How's everything in Germany? How's my
Germany?
ancestors? Yeah, he's in Germany.
Hey, yes. Yes.
Germany's a beautiful, beautiful country, man. Yeah, I don't know, Gabriel, who did it. People were hiding this guy's fucking comments. And Peace S. S says, big up Charles in London.
Well, go on day one. Big up day one. That's my day one right there, man. Day one S. What did you say? Someone hit S, did you say?
No, I said someone was hiding Gabriel stuff. I think I know who it was. I tell people not to do that. Don't hide but now, you know, I'm to the point where I think people want to be treated like shit. So if people disrespect you, block them, hide them. It's all on you, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even like block people like that, but they may get blocked if they come to my channel. I'll block them. If they're keeping up a fuckeries, being very disrespectful, then I'll block them. But other than that, I got no reason to really block people. Yeah, I don't know. Shouldn't be like that, but
yeah, it shouldn't be. But I guess sometimes, you know, maybe that's what people want. They want to be treated toxically.
Yeah.
So, if you found anything new and like anything new to add to, you know, your research with the crater or anything new with the moon?
Oh yes, definitely. Always new stuff. I believe I came across crater, which they're calling Earth. Right. When I've been watching God Give Lemseth's videos, he seemed to have located crater, Saturn and Mars and all these stuff, but I haven't seen him yet locate Earth. I believe I found that one now.
What do you think, like, the wandering stars are? Because when I look at them, like, I got a little video here I'll play if I didn't erase it. Hold on.
Whose video did you say? I missed the name. Whose name? What name was that?
Oh no, I'm gonna press the video, but you could unmute. Yeah, see? This is Mars right here, I think. Yeah, it's Mars.
Okay.
And when I look at these stars, man, it kind of reminds me of, you know, when they put the vibration on that metal plate, but it kind of looks like it's in water, right? Like it's in some type of water or something, like a cooling system.
That looks like how they would show you, how would you call it, one of those gas giants when they're going nova, right? And that also looks like the optic disc at the back of the eye. but it looks like it's submerged in water.
Huh. And I've noticed too, like Venus. I've always noticed she's the morning star with the sun. But in the winter time, she's really the morning star because she's there. The sun isn't up yet. Only Venus, I've noticed through the winter in my observations. And Jupiter, I wonder deeply about a lot of these stars. And I always wonder how far out, like how far out can we travel from, let's say the ice wall, if there is one that's 360, which I doubt. I think some of the ice wall is desert, as shown in a lot of these maps. But I just wonder how things look from this so-called ice wall.
I mean, people call it an ice wall, right? But I'm still calling it an infection. That's the way I see it. I see it as an infection. On all these maps, this thing seems to go all the way around us, right? Like, what kind of wall goes all the way around people in a 360? Who built a wall like that? First of all,
It reminds me of when you're mining, right? You know them trucks that mine in a circle? You know, like the giants or titans were mining this place to oblivion. And it reminds me of a big mine crater. Like someone that was 12 to 14 feet tall had these giant machines. That's where I think we got our giant machines from.
okay.
Like even this right here, let me take the banner off. Even this, the guy did good experiment when he put light with a bowl, a glass bowl. Because I've seen these sundogs a lot when they started spraying the skies. I would notice that there's always a ring around the sun, which shows that the sun is definitely reflecting off of some sort of barrier up there. Whatever it is. Something. That must be when the sun is most south. More south, maybe? I don't know. Has anyone seen that in the summertime up north? I think I have.
But even with the sun now, right? I had Rose 777 on my channel a few months back, right? And she gave us a picture from Crow 777, right? Now,
yeah, I watch him sometimes.
This was a picture of the sun, right? They gave us a picture. Well, they gave me a picture of the sun, right? When I took this picture of the sun and I threw it into the Google Finder, right? It should come up with nothing but the sun, right? It should have images of the sun, right? The same way if I threw in a brand new Mercedes Benz in the Google Finder, it's going to come up with nothing but Mercedes Benz, right? Now tell me this, why did I throw in a picture of the sun that Crow 777 took, right? But it came up as Venus, right? Planet Venus, right? So this goes much deeper. Like, I mean, are they really trying to tell us something? Was Venus? Is the sun up there really Venus, basically? But they're just calling it the sun.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard the stars are holes in the firmament and there's a greater light outside. I've heard the black sun in the center is shooting up the light and it comes out like an umbrella. Remember that map? Let me see if I can find that map. Oh, it's going to take forever. But you know the map, remember in the center? It had like two candy canes, the way the sun and the moon came out.
Yeah.
And it was shaped like, what's that gambling thing where you put the ball in there and it spins? Because the center was like a mound and it came down. It was like a crater. You could fit a donut in there perfectly.
Yeah, I know that one you're talking. I had it, hold on, where is it? I showed it yesterday. All right, because check this out. When I showed that one, right? Like, because yesterday I was having, like I said, we was watching the Flat Earth debate with Dave versus Austin Whitfield, right? And when they were talking about Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, right? I pulled up that map and I said, right, how come none of even the Flat Earthers or even the Globe Earthers talk about this particular map. And the map that I pulled out is the one that you're describing, right? Because
Let's see
that
if I can find it.
that proves more of a crater than anything else. It don't even prove like Earth. It proves a crater
I
Earth.
got it. I got it right here. Perfect. Come on. God.
Somewhere. There's another map I had. Where's it? Oh,
All right. Here we go. All right. Let me upload it. Oh, it's a good one too. Good pixelation.
okay.
Yeah, I love this map because it really shows Polaris and how it reflects the sun and moon. Like some sort of prism is up there. This map.
Yeah, that's the one I pulled up yesterday.
It
This is the
reminds me of that gambling board where you throw the ball down, has all the numbers.
roulette. In that roulette.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe the
Nah.
Giants are playing Russian roulette with this place.
Hmm. And there's the ball, what they're about to throw on the table. Look to the right. Someone's just thrown it.
Oh
Right.
shit, man.
But
Wow,
like
I never
I'm saying,
noticed that.
with this now, it shows everything that I've been talking about. It shows the crater, it shows the mound in the middle, right? And it's showing the refraction, showing three suns. Three sun system. But it's even got the entrance, right? Now to me, this definitely looks like a crater more than anything else. But it also had the same qualities of an eye. It looks like an eye to me. Right, this also looks like an eye.
True. So does that ball that looks like it's being thrown, like the eye, and then all the part they're using for the wind looks like the pieces of that connect where the sight and light would go through, like the nerve systems and the eyeball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the firmament could be the lights that happen, like when they show the brain lighting up when you think, that's what the firmament could be. We could truly be in the creator's mind or just thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, possibilities are endless with that one. Even with
Right.
my new joint that I put together the other day, did you manage to? I don't think I've even showed it to you. Like this realm, right? It seems like we're in a lenses and lasers projection. Like everything's projected. Like what we're showing now. Go back to that picture.
This one?
No, the other one. Yeah, that one. Let me see that for a sec. Upper world, lower world.
Yeah, I got a lot of them like this. From the Mayans and everything, I got tons of pictures. I managed to download almost every cosmology I could find because I'm gonna do a video on them. And then the only one that's off is NASA.
Alright, let me
They're the
show you
only
this.
one. Oops.
Because this will show you what I talk about. Because even the flat Earth maps, like, look, most of you flat Earthers, right, been looking at these maps totally wrong. You've been looking at them totally wrong. I came across a map that's got an eye hidden in plain sight. Right, I'm gonna show it to you now.
Like even this map I found shows kind of like a realm that has been mined out. This one is kind of similar to the other one. You see how it's got like the edge and it comes down?
Yeah, that's the okay. This is the map I was talking about. I was trying to find this one, but hold on a second. Thank you. You saved me.
I could send them to you.
Yeah, you can do that. But I've got this one, but in color, bro. Hand
I
to
think
God,
I do
I was
too. Let me
trying to
see.
find this picture as well, but
You got it in color? That
yeah, I
would be
got it in
awesome.
color.
I can't
I
find
got
it
it
in
in color.
color. Is
But
this the one
this,
in color? Hold on. I got this one too. It's a little different.
yeah, I've got that one as well. That one is normally on a face. It's attached to
Yeah,
a
I got
face.
this one. I got this one, but I can't. I gotta look for it in color. That would be awesome. I got it in this, and then a white one. I think. Let me see. It'll upload anytime soon.
Yeah, fit.
Um,
Shit.
Here it is. This one, but it's white. It's not color. Yeah, if you got the color one, that's awesome.
That one's
And
got
that,
crocodiles in the underworld. See?
yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I like the ones with the dragon or the serpent snake at the bottom.
Yeah, but I mean, I've located. No, I can't even. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Careful, careful. When I'm looking at this one now, it's kind of like showing me what I've been talking about. I wonder if this is in regards to what I've been saying. Australia, right? Australia, the land down under is the underworld. That's what I've been saying. You've got crocodiles, and you find these
Well,
in Australia.
Void, I think it was Void had told me that Australia means the land of the stars or something like that. I think Void
Yeah,
said that.
he's not
And
wrong. It's something like light city, the light city, something like that.
I found this picture for people who say giants didn't exist. This guy was 9 feet and some change. So why couldn't people be three to 5 more feet, which is 12 to 14 feet tall, which I think a lot of people were back in the days. I've showed tons of paintings that prove it. Even though people could say, "Oh, that's just a painting," but that's how they communicated through paintings back in the day. But yeah, this guy makes Shaq look like a freaking midget. I got a picture with him and Shaq next to each other, and Shaq looks like a baby.
Yeah, comparing to those guys, yeah. I ain't seeing this one. Body, mental, emotions. Yeah.
I got this from I was looking at the Mayan cosmology and the native Indian cosmologies. And I got that picture and then this one, Dreamcatcher.
Oh yes, I'm familiar with those. Yeah. See, everything, all of these maps, they've got the cross, right? What I've come to
The
realize,
crossroads. The
the cross.
crossroads, I think.
No, the cross is the lens, right? And the lens is Jesus. The cross is the lens in the eye, and the lens is Jesus. Jesus is the way of the eye they were speaking about. Yeah, I wanted to show you something because hold on a sec. Present.
Trying to find this thing I have here that shows why I think the center is like the crossroads. I gotta find it.
What is it? You said what?
Um, Hold on, I'm pulling it up now. I got tons of new like cosmology maps, but I'm gonna pull this one up that has the serpent at the bottom. And hold on, where is it? Come on, it's one of my favorite pictures. This is a good one. Let's see. Come on. Anyway, I don't know if it's this one. I'll pull this one up too. Oh, here we go. Finally. All right. Let's add these and see what happens. Remember this one?
Yep, I remember that.
This,
Yeah.
come to find out, is the realm. That's the sun and the moon, I think, and
That's long range.
no, that's not the one that had the serpent at the bottom. But this right here shows the fish at the center, which would be Jesus, right? The Pisces, and I also think of that as the crossroads, just like the crossroads is within ourselves too. The third eye is shaped like that. The vagina, the eye, the eyeball, all these can't think right. All these portals are shaped like a vagina or even an eyeball. And yeah, the fish Pisces, which is the center, I think is like where all the elements might mix. And there's something about the center that I think we should all be taking a trip there, and we're being kept from that, which could maybe go to an upper land, like a ladder or something, or look underneath the earth, or the south. If we go south, and that, from any part of this realm, we're being kept from leaving here too.
Bifrost. What's the Bifrost? Is that the barrier? I've heard that term before, Bifrost, but they're pointing to
One
the
second.
firmament.
Somebody said that in the chat. I can't see the chat.
No, it
Hold
says
on.
it at the top right. Just next to where are we?
Oh,
for
Flat Earth Nation. Flat Earth Nation said Venus has a phase like a moon.
okay.
And I know Flat Earth Nation, he does so much. I watch his videos, man. He's always has his eye on the stars. Like he has good equipment. What do you have, Flat Earth Nation? Is it a P900, or do you use like a certain telescope? But he has good visuals for sure. He's always watching the stars. Shout out to Flat Earth Nation. I like a lot of these old German or Norse cosmology because that's more my roots, like Norse. Like the serpent, I don't look at the serpent as anything bad anymore, like I used to 15 years ago. And this one right here is one of my favorite pictures because there's supposed to be a story where the fire and ice meet each other. Remember, I just read about it, the two brothers of fire and ice, or they say water. But
Yeah, that was Ymir, Odin, when they killed the frost giant Ymir and threw his body into the void. That's the Norse mythology, and I like that one because they seem to be talking about the stuff that I'm looking into. They talk about Midgard, right, being on the eyebrow of a giant.
well, I never heard that. That's interesting.
Yeah, Midgard is on the eyebrow of a giant, and the clouds apparently is the brains of the giant. The brain got thrown up in the air. But just the part alone about Midgard being on the eyebrow of a giant, and I'm already saying we live in the eye of a giant. So when I heard that, I was like, yeah, they're speaking my language, man. So
yeah, this right here, the Hebrew cosmos, reminds me of the Omega sign.
mm-hmm.
You know, the Omega, it's shaped
Yeah,
like a horseshoe.
yeah, I know what you're talking.
Because, like, flat Earth, globe, to me, it's all a prison when you look at it, right? They got us in prison on the globe where you can't go anywhere, excuse me, because you're floating in the middle of space, right? Same thing with these flat Earth models. A lot of them have the prison wall, and it's almost like you're in prison regardless. But I personally think there's a way out of here. It's like infinite. It might not even be a firmament that comes all the way down to the eye level. It could be like a hallway. Who knows? But I would love to know for sure.
Well, I'm glad you said that, right? Because even in the States, they've been speaking about hold on 1 second, Chuck. What, is she going to bed now? Let me give her some kisses. 1 second, Chuck.
No problem. Yeah, some people have been asking for me in London to do a live stream, and I miss the old days. We used to have some real builds, man. So shout out to London, man, for coming through, for real. Peace, Don McRon. A P900, okay. Yeah, drop your link, Flat Earth Nation, man. I personally think, you know, call me a cheerleader or not, I do cheerlead for people's channels. Somebody called me a cheerleader. You're damn right. I have respect for people, and you know, drop your link because people need to see some of this great footage. More of a soul trap than a wall. Interesting. Hard to let go of the past. Some Samaras. Maybe the K is silent. Samaras.
Yeah, I'm back again, man. My daughter went through to sleep, so I got my son here now, just chilling over there. But what have we just talked? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, Jay. What's going on, Jay? Jay Hyton. Big up, big up, big up.
And here's Flat Earth Nation's link.
Big up, Flat Earth Nation.
He has good footage of the moon, all the stars and planets. I just look at the word planet. I'm gonna give Bro Sanchez credit because he's the first person I heard say it, but he said the word planet is just a plane with a net, and I was like, damn, that's a good way to put it.
It is, but do you know what planet actually means?
No, not offhand.
This is what it means, flat.
For real?
I swear to God. I swear to God, right? What's his name? Paul, Black Sheep researcher, right? When he found that out and broke it down to us, I was dumbfounded. I was like, whoa, how can planet mean flat? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
I'm
Right? So
gonna look it up. That's
yeah,
interesting.
very interesting. But this realm that we're living in, like I said, I think it's to do with lasers, right? And lenses, right? So I wanted to show you my new thing that I put together. It's in the back waiting for you when you're ready.
All right,
Remember,
hold on.
Jesus is the cross, he's the lens, right?
Hold on. It says the Earth, the planet. What? I said definition of planet, right? It says noun, a celestial body moving in an elliptical orbit around a star. I don't know why they call. I know the sun and moon are one of the original two stars, but even the moon, I'm starting to question. As you know, it's a very how could I put it? It's a very mysterious body, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is a planet? NASA's definition, huh?
You ready?
Yeah. Is there supposed to be sound?
What? No sound?
No.
All right. Thanks for the heads up. What's going on? Hold on a sec.
What if there's nothing better beyond this place? I even thought of that. Like, what if they put the firmament up to keep certain, like, cause look at the movie, Dark Tower, I think it's called. It was explaining to the child that they're trying to tap into the dark star at the center to open up the what do you call it? I can't even think of what they're trying to open up the firmament, the energy. They're tapping into it. It's like Harp taps into the Aurora Borealis. They were trying in the movie Dark Tower. They were trying to open it up to let the demons and giants in, or whatever, the evil wanted to come in. And I thought, well, maybe they put this barrier up to keep out these titans and giants and all these bad things. But who knows? It's a possibility for sure.
Hey, it's in the backstage again.
All right.
Let me know if there's sound.
Yep, you're good.
Good morning. Let's turn to 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and just take that line, Christ crucified. So the chapter, 1 Corinthians chapter 2, begins with that famous line, I decided, that's very important, I decided to know nothing among you, you people who live in Corinth, except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And at the end of the chapter, he declares, we have the mind of Christ. And they're like bookends. And between them, they're both talking about what we can see and what we know and what we understand with the mind of Christ. I'm going to think in a Jesus-shaped way. But Paul has this habit of, whenever he mentions the cross, of linking it with the terminology of seeing, knowing, changing the mind, and transformation. And he speaks of the cross in order to speak about what can be understood in the world, in reality. It's a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, sitting in the optician's chair. And the optician is doing that little trick with the lenses. And he says, no, it's all going to go blurry now. And then he's going to swivel it around and it all comes clear. And everything comes into focus when you've got the right lens to look through. Imagine that. Even if you don't wear glasses, imagine the whole world coming into focus because you've got the right
That's awesome.
of looking at it, the right lens. And that lens is popped in. Now I can see for real. So what we're talking about here is looking at reality, looking at the world through the lens of the crucified one.
I love how you lined that music up, man. That was perfect.
Maltese cross tube.
Cheers.
How to make an electron lens. So I've got the Maltese cross tube set up, which has got a electron gun at the back, and you can see the light from the filament coming. At the moment, the accelerating voltage is set to 0, so we're not seeing any electrons coming. I'm going to rotate that round so you can see the front, and you might see a slight shadow of the Maltese cross on the front. But now I'm going to turn up the accelerating voltage, and we can see we've got a lovely bright shadow of the Maltese cross tube formed on the front. And just to remind you that that green glow is from the electrons exciting the phosphor at the front. So what I'm going to do now is try and produce an electron lens. And to do that, I'm going to hold a coil in front of the end of the Maltese cross tube. So in comes my Helmholtz coil, and that is connected to a power supply down here. And I can just move this wire out of the way a little bit. And now I can turn on the power supply and gradually increase the voltage of the power supply, which will increase the current in the coil. And hopefully you can see the twisting and reducing in size action there back to 0, increasing the voltage and therefore the current flowing through the coil and acting as a electron lens.
For this lecture, we're just going to review the lens cross. This is something that I saw in one of our last homeworks. It was just a little bit, everyone had done it slightly different, and I wanted to get everybody on the same page. A lens cross is a way to try to visualize a prescription that a person needs, or a lens and its orientation, especially if you have a spherocylindrical lens, a lens that has a sphere power and a cylinder power. So I would recommend, I saw a few folks that if I gave you a power -4, -2, axis 45, I saw some folks write, well, here's a -4, and call this 45 degrees, and remember the sphere always corresponds with this. The axis, 90 degrees away, you'll always have your full amount of cylinder, and so people wrote this. And I would strongly suggest that you don't do that going forward. You still get an idea, and it's technically correct, but it's not the best way to visualize it, because that's not how it actually looks. I would always have the lens cross always look the same, always relatively the same. Start with a 0 here, 90 there, 180 degrees there. And this is as the patient, as you are looking at the patient. It would be reversed if the patient was looking out of the glasses, but that's for another episode.
Which is this exact story we just talked about. Now, here is the map, or here's the island at the center of the world, at the North Pole, at the center of our world, right? This was shown on many ancient maps. We've gone over this quite a few times, right? It's got Rupus Nigra right there in the middle, the plasma volcano, etc. But you can see it's circular, and it's also has an X right through it in the form of the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden, right? We've got like the Euphrates, the Tigris, probably the Pishon and the Gihon. These two might be switched around. I can't tell yet. But anyways, this is the Garden of Eden. This is Atlantis. This is the quintessential island where all of the aliens, gods, etc. gathered at this mountain at the center, and this is paradise where they lived, right? Now, it's said that this island was the exact same. This is the Hebrew camp. Okay, if you think about God's chosen as being like the Hebrews, this is the Hebrew camp. And it was the exact same size as the mound that Atlas holds above his head, or the mountain that King Og, or Ogius, or whatever you want to call him, he held onto, right? So this is interesting. Keep in mind the shape, right? There's an X right through it with a hole right in the middle. Right? It's exact same as what we find with the inverted dome at the top of the world, right? That hole is filled with water down here on the surface, right? But this is super interesting because that's what creates this land. If we overlay the moon this is what it would look like, right? So if the moon were if the firmament were a reflective surface like pure ice is, we would expect it to cast a reflection of what is directly below it. And therefore, when we see the real moon, or sometimes even when we see the luminary, we may actually see a big old X in the moon. Can we find a historic example of this? If we go to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, we can, during the Dark Ages. In 806 AD, it says down here, this year also, on the next day before the nones of June, so the summer solstice, a cross was seen in the moon. Right? These are people, monks and whatnot, that were sworn to God to record the truth, right? They wrote, people saw a cross in the moon itself. Now, I did another video about this interesting piece of architecture, which is like the Capitol in the United States.
The map in the center, you can see it. It's kind of like opened up.
Now, pay attention to a lot of our architecture because it reflects these truths that I'm sharing with you now. In my opinion, they reflect this. So what we have here is George Washington and all of these, forefathers or whatever, who are sitting on clouds up in the sky. And if you look at the Capitol building, at the dome, at the very top, and you take a good hard look at it, what you'll find is that the same map I just showed you is right above their heads. Check this out. So I put a filter on it so you can see it a little better. Right? Same, that's Eden. That is the Garden of Eden. That's the moon reflecting that land down at the bottom where we live.
The moon as mirror and map of the earth. Classical notions of the moon as a mirror reflecting the earth do, however, influence efforts to map both the earth and the moon throughout the Middle Ages, in both Europe and the Middle East. In an innovative article, Philip J. Stuck argues that the shape of the landforms visible on the face of the moon may have influenced the layout of landforms on medieval European TO maps and maybe even some medieval Islamic maps. An idea explored at the theoretical level by Christian Jacob in a provocative article which argues that the moon was seen, in antiquity, as a mirror of the earth. The moon thereby performs the same mediating function as a map, allowing viewers to conceptualize what we cannot apprehend directly. As another Earth, it invites the cartographers to conquer it. If the Quasar Amra globe fresco can be identified as a painting of the moon and perhaps as an effort to understand the layout of the Earth, too it would mean.
Okay, so take a look at it. Here's the map. There's the actual dome. This one is, I haven't done anything except for put words on it, okay? This one's got a filter so you can see it better. It's very dim, okay? I don't know if they painted over it and it still bleeds through or whatever, but it's there. There is a map of paradise at the on the ceiling of the Capitol building or the Capitol dome, and it's right there, clear as day. Right? Let's zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little better. Right here it is with the filter on it so that you can see the light part better and the dark parts, better. And here's the map as it emerges. Just put it on top of there.
I finally got to the point. I decided to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. That phrase, Christ crucified, it means the lens. It's shorthand for the event, the cross, that acts as a way of understanding everything. Christ crucified is the small piece of glass between Paul and the world he's perceiving. Think of what's happening already in 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and chapter 2. He's writing to a church that he has nursed into being, and now it is beginning to fragment. And he came to it and taught. He gave his blood to it, you might say. And now it's splitting up into us and them. And they're in bits. I've heard from the house of Chloe. Some of you follow Apollos, some of you follow Cephas, some of you follow Paul. Some say, oh, we don't want human leaders, we just want Christ. He said, but you're all one body of Christ together. And lots of the letter is to do with that same point. So he says, so how do I get you to understand how important unity is? Okay, I want you to look at it through the lens of Christ crucified. And he says, when I came to you, I decided to put wisdom to one side. That's very strange, isn't it? I decided to put power to one side. I came to you in weakness and trembling. I didn't come to you in human intellect or human power. I decided to know nothing except the cross of Christ and him crucified. So the event of Jesus on the cross forms the way that you understand church unity, church leadership, power, wisdom. It's just total paradox, isn't it? It's just something that is...
Wow, that was a good find right there.
It's Christ crucified is shorthand for the lens that brings into focus what God has revealed through the Spirit, verse 10. And it's not what Paul sees, but it's how he sees. It's the lens. When I was with you, everything he knew, he said, I wanted to take it through the lens of the cross. He says the lens of the cross is the way that you understand the Bible. You know, he's saying the Jewish scriptures. The lens of the cross is how you understand wisdom. It is not the way the world sees things. The way, when I look at the cross, it helps me understand the status of various people in your community, like me and Apollos and Cephas. The cross enables me to understand our role.
One time she told me the sky is blue because we live inside the eye of a blue-eyed giant named Macumba.
Maybe we do.
That was dope.
You
That
like
was fucking awesome. Yeah, put. Oh, I was gonna say that part where you caught the eyeball. I think that was the moon map that what's his name? But either way, that was a good catch, man. Where you showed that part with the cross and the lens over it. That's some very, very good evidence right there. Very good evidence about the eyeball. Because I've heard so much about us being in the eye of the God or the creator, the goddess, but I haven't seen too much evidence like this. That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Got much more to come, man. This is only the surface.
Peace, mind's eye.
Yeah, it's only the surface, man. Been there in plain sight, man. I can't turn it off anymore. Now I just see it wherever I go. If I'm listening to something, if I'm watching something, it just shows itself to me.
So, I think it's the synchronization of how this came, how you showed up, and it just so happened I got the dream catcher with the cross.
Oh yeah.
And boom, look at that. Now, what do you think the aurora borealis is? Do you think that's the light that is coming from the portal of the center of the eyeball? You know, they say the center of our eyeball, the black part, the portal, which takes in the light to the retina, I think, you know, which have connectors to the brain, which probably is the same setup as the camera lens. You know, I think that's how they got cameras and projectors, was reverse engineering the eye and the brain, and that's how they created these devices, was reverse engineering the human body for a lot of tech, and reverse engineering Mother Earth too.
Yeah, well, it's not even think, it has to be. I mean, well, I mean, in a sense, right? What will come first? Is it AI or is it the human? Then you got to think, if it is human that came first, this is where, you know, technology come into play, like your microphones, your speakers, and all of these things. They mimicked the human body into instruments, you know, because after all, we are an instrument, you
True.
know. We make you know what I'm saying? So I think this is where they get their ideas from, you know, whether it's a camera, whether it's a mic, you know, so many things. I think they get it from the human body.
Let me see. I think there's 7 chords in sound. Let me see this. I'm interested to see.
But with
Yeah.
the Aurora Bora, I don't know. I used to look at light as something spectacular, but the more I look at light, it's like, to some degree, it looks like light won't exist unless man's interfered. Right? So even when I look at the Aurora Bora, I look at that as some effects of maybe humans doing something, mining somewhere, or you know, maybe a heart machine doing something, but it's just giving off that type of pollution or light effect, whatever.
I think there's only, in a bass guitar, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's 7 chords.
What? Oh, of course.
So I thought the 7 chakras, because you said the human body's an instrument. It made me think about the 7 chakras and maybe the 7 chords of fa, sol, la, whatever, fa, sol, la, de, re, mi,
Oh,
whatever that, however that goes.
okay. But even with that 7, I think, all right, let me put it this way. Like, if we're gonna say we're living in the eye, right? Or if I'm gonna say that we're living in the eye. Oh, where'd Chuck go? Be back 2 secs, Chuck. Mute up until you get back. Oh, there you are. Mic check.
You're good. I accidentally booted myself out.
What was I saying now? Yeah, if we mentioned something about the 7, right? So if we're talking about the 7 chakras, right? I've also been saying there's 7. You got 7 bone fragments that make up your eye socket, which is called the orbit, right? That's what orbit is, your eye socket from your eye to your bone. That's the orbit. But there's 7 types of bones that make that up. Now, when they speak about 7, could that be in correlation with the 7 bones, which makes up the home for the house, for the eye, basically? 7 is the home for the eye.
Huh. No.
Yeah. So when I hear people talk about 7 chakras and all that, I look at it different. I look at it as 7 fragments that make up the home for the eye. I don't look at it as 7 enlightenment chakras you got to go through.
Yeah, I'll drop the link in a minute, Lonnie. But I got these pictures I found. Been trying to piece together this because I like when you said the human body's like an instrument, or is an instrument, not like. What the hell? Man, that was such a good video, man. No joke. The way you put that together, that was dope, man. Did you put that out already?
No,
All right.
I ain't pull it out yet. Because I might even add on to it, to be honest.
Like stuff like, where's that picture? Hold on. It says, this is the one I found, but it has 8 tones, which is one off, but because there's all sorts of chakras, man. There's 7. I've seen 12. You know, like, and what's a chakra, right? Is it an energy point to the body, a portal?
Well,
'Cause
that's
you
the
could
thing.
see the aura. I mean, you can see the aura of a person through certain filters, but I've never seen chakras.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, the brain, the root, the crown chakra makes sense because you got sound and stuff with your thoughts. All right, the eyes or the third eye and stuff, that makes sense. The throat chakra is speaking. The heart, okay. Now, the root chakra, okay, that would be the sole of your feet and all that. Where there's another portal with the energy when you ground. But some of these, the solar plex or the spleen, like, okay, maybe if you sit down, the spleen is touching the ground, the base of the spine.
Mm-hmm.
And they show them like flowers too, or fires, like a fire. I forgot how it goes. Fa sol la do, or is it do re? Do re fa sol la. 2 more.
See, you know what's crazy, right? Because look, even go back to that. I'll go back to that picture. Or the other one, right? Now, when I've been looking at stuff to do with the eye, right, down to all of the religions, right, and the ancient religions as well, and the ancient civilizations. But one thing that's always stuck with me is when Egypt say the eye of Ra, right? Then you got chakra, right? Chakras, Ra, meaning the eye still, right? But with the shak part, right? It's like I remember them speaking about the on one of basically on one of my documentaries that I've done on one of my holy AI books, they spoke about the center of the world, right, being irrigated for water and for plant life and all these things, right? Now, the starting of chakra as well, that mentions irrigation areas and newly built canals and things like this. All right, so I wonder if they're trying to show us again, like, because chakra meaning like center, could that be center of the eye? Like how the center of the world, when they spoke about the center of the world, They spoke about irrigation systems, the four rivers. That's what it was. The four rivers at the center of the world, right? It mentioned about the irrigation system. Now, Shak Ra is talking about irrigation systems and canals as well. But the Ra part, meaning like Eye of Ra, if you understand where I'm going with that. Are you muted, Chuck?
Yeah, I don't want to make noise. So I'm getting ready at the same time. I didn't want, to put all that noise.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's just the correlation I was making with the ending of it, Ra, meaning like Ra, Eye of Ra, and then the Shak part of it, meaning irrigation system. And that's what they had at the four corners of the world, right? The four corners of the world where there was the four rivers, they were talking about the irrigation system. And if we're talking about the eye, center of the world, or our world, then what they're talking about chakra. Throat, heart, solar, spleen, root.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, they said it was gonna rain out, but it don't look like it. I'll take this picture off. I can't wait for you to drop that video.
I was feeling it, yeah?
Hell yeah, I like those videos you put out.
I respect. Yeah, respect, man. I don't know whether to put it out how it is or add on to it, to be honest, because I might, if I put that out there, I'd have to get started on part 2 ASAP. But there's more information that I've come across. Yeah, much more information. It's definitely looking like crater Earth, I tell you that much. It's not looking like a flat Earth. It's not looking like, if anything, it's looking more globe than flat. But overall, it's more of a hollow Earth. That's one thing I've noticed with the flat Earthers. They stay away from the hollow Earth concept, but they bring up points about Richard E. Byrd, right? But just enough points to get them through their little debate, and then Richard E. Byrd is
Yeah,
no longer spoken about, right? Because he's describing to you more of a hollow Earth than a flat Earth, and that's what flat
yeah,
Earthers realize.
they don't bring up too much about underground bases and stuff too. Because we could be inside of the Earth or inside of who knows. Like I always admit that I don't know where we truly are because I haven't traveled enough to say this is fact. What evidence do we have? The evidence that is given to us by the same people who are deceiving us. Like you had said, the flat Earth and the globe is another division tactic, just like red and blue or the left and right brain and all that. I remember learning about the left and right brain in school, and I'm like, that don't even make sense. It's one brain. You're gonna divide it into two now. That's what I was saying. The retina of an eye is a void, but it's more like a portal. It takes in the light.
'Cause I don't think the eyes really push anything out. It's all the portal going in for the light.
No,
Just
well,
like
this
the
is the
air.
thing. No, because apparently eyes do emit light. Just like now, they've been saying that what's his name? The guy who died in the wheelchair, Stephen Hawkins, right? That was one of his theories also. And the occultics was been saying this about you know, eyes and stuff, how they emit light. But now you got scientists saying Stephen Hawkins may have been right about black holes emitting light, right? Now, I'm thinking they're talking about eyes when they're speaking about that. You know like how they give us Superman, how he's shooting out laser beams, right? All these superheroes seem to shoot out laser beams. I think that's a form of light. They're showing you how eyes also emit light coming from the pineal gland, right? I don't think we just take in light. I think we emit a low frequency of light as well.
Yeah, I think my voice sounds like a young adult. It's probably the headphones. And 'cause I'm outside too. Yeah, Hawkins looked like a freaking remote control car, man. That was terrible what they did to that man.
Yeah,
You
I don't know
know,
what's going on over there.
it's like, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shoot, about, oh, we were saying about, yeah, the body does give off an aura of light. You could see it in certain filters. Like even night vision goggles, that's how I think they use night vision goggles. Seeing the aura with the heat signature of the body.
hmm I remember it was Tony, my man Tony Taylor, TT, mentioned something like this a few months back. And then I was looking at some new studies, and they were saying this, like scientists and people were saying this, that eyes do emit light. I was like, wow, wow. Just like how they said, now they found two new glands, right, in the human throat. There's been glands hidden away that they didn't even know about. You know, it's crazy. You know, it's just the body's starting to have new compartments, starting to do new skills, right? And they're saying this is only just coming to light. This is wild. Wild.
I think the Egyptians, you know, a lot of the ancestors, I think all of the ancestors from everybody was very intelligent. And they were already way ahead of the ball game. Like I always say, I think we've become less and less intelligent because of education and a lot of bullshit we're taught, you know, handed our reality. But we're figuring stuff out, man. Through trial and error and a lot of digging and putting minds together. There's a lot of brilliant minds, you know. And let me wonder what Dean's doing.
Did you I think what's his name? Lonnie said he wanted the link a while,
Oh yeah,
excuse me, a while back.
still there, Lonnie? Lonnie, he speaks a lot about what Max speaks on. You know, like the way they use like these weapons to attack people through wavelengths and all that stuff. Same as like these towers they put up. They always use the energy. I dropped the link, Lonnie, if you want to come up.
I said he's not seeing it. He just threw it down there for you, Lonnie. Give me 2 sets. I need to quickly go to the lavatory. Give me 2 sets.
Man, fucking poor out here. Hope I get there and back soon. Fucking get hit with a major thunderstorm. Every day we're getting banged in the head with pouring rain. Like somebody's pissing buckets of water.
Mike check.
You're good. What's up, Lonnie? How you feeling, man?
Nothing, man. I'm just getting cleaned up, getting to go out into the madness. Yeah, so you guys are talking about these chakras. Singh calls them something different, but you guys are basically talking about the same thing. They are you can look at them like they're energy ports or energy source or whatever, but you know, your heart chakra is basically the root, like that. Singh would call one of them the root chakra.
2 more minutes. I'm just making my son some toast. He wants some toast.
Yeah, you're
now.
good. You're good, Rhonda.
Bless up.
But yeah, so it's my understanding that these, we're gonna call them vessels, man. So these vessels, bodies on a body, because it's looking like we're on some type of body. And you could look at it like this. They call a large amount of water a body of water. What I mean, that's their words, not ours. These things, what I'm getting at, these bodies of ours, the vessels, are constantly changing. It's not that I think that they've hidden a lot of what's happening or what is or isn't in the body, but they keep upgrading and they keep changing, and moving things around. Okay. And I'm not saying they are moving it. I'm saying that the vessels themselves, that's why they're putting out there that they're finding new things within the body. Like supposedly there's a new eye protectant. I'm not sure what it is. I'll have to look into it. But in the orbital socket, and then I'm playing with words here, but just like the outer, the outer space, the universe, they say when we put something up in that outer space, they say that we're putting it up in orbit. Now, are they referring to the eye? I mean, what are they referring to? I mean, that begs the question. You still there,
Well,
Chuck?
if we are in like the god or goddess's eye, we all know that if we can take the realm and synchronize it to the eyeball, we would know the center or the crossroads would be the portal where the light coming in and going out, but there would also be some sort of field that we see spinning up in the sky with the stars and stuff. It's
Right.
part. It's the portal or the energy that's spiraling into the portal of the eye. You know, the center part.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to go buy me a new phone. I think that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Go out to
Phones are.
lunch or whatever or dinner with my girlfriend.
I,
But
I firmly believe these phones, they send you viruses after a year or so to terminate your phone and make you buy another one.
yeah, it's all about commerce, man. You know, as we're the consumer. You know, they're just. It's all about money, man. It's just sad. You know.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, what's up, London?
I'm starting Lonnie. How we doing, bro?
Oh man, I'm slow moving. Went to work this morning and got home, took a little nap, and just got up and had a shower and put my shoes on and go buy me a phone.
Okay. What, new phone?
Yeah, I've had this one for a couple of months, and evidently they think I need a new one.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I need a new phone, but can't be bothered.
No fucking. Can y'all hear me? Okay, yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Yep. Here you will. Yeah, today's
There
the
we
first
go.
day I've been without that pick line in, so first full day anyway. So it was kind of nice getting cleaned up, not having to carry luggage in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
Why, you had to work today?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Hey, get that guacamole while we're there.
Yeah. Yeah, but it just takes so much out of you, man.
Yeah. But you got through it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I ain't got a choice. You know what I mean? Gotta be done.
Right.
Yeah, I've got crazy back pain, man. Crazy back pain.
Turmeric.
Turmeric, you say? Yeah.
Use that, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's also GABA. You can try that.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
GABA is what they use for the gabapentin drug that they use.
Okay.
And it works. I would try GABA and turmeric. But ice. Don't ever use hot. Don't do a hot cold compress. Always do a cold compress because the cold's going to bring the inflammation down.
Yeah.
So whoever said that hot cold compress is wrong. But yeah, man, I seen that you guys were on, so I figured I'd stop in and say hello and add a little 2 cents to it. But I was telling, I don't know if you overheard what I was saying earlier, but about the vessels changing constantly.
About the what changing?
Our bodies.
Okay.
And that's why, they scramble to catch up to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because this shit's happening in real time. But these vessels update, man. They upgrade. They're always doing it.
Yeah.
You were talking about. Sorry, I'm trying to have a snack. The orbital socket.
Correct.
It was as of recent, like maybe a month ago, that I had heard that there was, in fact, a new eye protectant that protects our eye. that
Would you
just showed up.
like in us already, or they got to place it
Yeah,
on?
yeah. No,
Oh,
it's been
okay, okay.
so I would start there. I would start and look at, your research and see what you can find out on what in fact has been, you know, what do you call it? Noted as far as and publicized as the, the 6 or 7 bone structures or sockets or whatever the case may be. But there was a something said about a new protectant that was um, located in the eyeball. Now, whether it be around the eye, the orbital socket area or whatnot, I really don't know because I didn't give that much thought into it. But when you was talking about it, I thought, well, that's funny because I just heard something about that a month ago.
Yeah.
Just like some of our organs are moving.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if there's truth into it, but I've heard as far as even the kidneys have moved.
Yeah, I think they have. I think they have. I think Brian Staveley mentioned that as well, actually, because he's a big boxing fan, and
Right.
yeah, due to boxing, that's how he
Right,
remembered.
and everybody knew about the kidney shot. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So if the kidneys are moving, then there's your wake up call.
Kidney
Mm-hmm.
shots are no joke. Mike Tyson said he made people poop their pants with a kidney shot.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, man,
But
it's definitely intriguing hearing these things, and you're like, what?
actually, do you know what? Actually, I remember coming across a reading that I found, right? When I threw
Yeah.
something into the Google Finder, it said something about the eyes, right? The
Mhm.
eyes being the protection of the world.
Oh, wow.
That's what it said. The eyes being the protection of the world. I was like,
That's interesting.
very interesting. Let me see if I can find it again. Give me a
Okay.
sec.
Mhm. Quite interesting. Let's see.
I'm still here trying to look for this. What's happening, Max?
Hey, Max.
Yo, Matt. Yeah, I seen Canada be down there too. What's up, everybody?
All right, where is this? Is that it? No. What's this? No, that's not it. Oh man, I'm really. Pardon?
I said, take your time, man.
Oh yes, respect.
Yeah, it's all good. What's up, Max? I was watching your remote viewing last night, man. That's pretty cool, and I tried it. It was pretty cool. The countless powers the mind has that we don't realize sometimes. Man, they don't. That's good. Oh, man. That's all.
Oh my gosh, Grandma! Bro, Grandma, you've gone overboard. But the everyday struggles don't stop there because sometimes you get some troubles on your toes, all right?
Who's
And
watching TV?
toenails. Everyday struggles. Everybody gets ingrown toenails here and there, and they're pain.
Is there someone watching TV?
We could hear your face plant, but it's a little scratchy. But
I'm gonna mute
go
up
ahead.
so you can hear him.
All right.
That's
Sorry,
like
man.
that.
Go ahead.
The debate is like a demoralization, eh? Like which one of these fucking idiots are you gonna vote for? Kong or Kang or Kodos? It's a two-party system. You have to vote for one of us.
Speaking about the old politics, huh?
Yeah, I know Max is going
My
live tonight.
favorite moment, man. That's a shame, man.
What do you think about that concept face plant about the eye in the center of the realm? Or theory, I don't know what it means, but man, what's today? Saturday? For this place?
Hey, Chuck, I think earlier on your friend from Germany said he wanted to talk to you as well.
Do you need me to drop out or something so somebody can come up?
No, I could fit 10 people up here.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit, you're doing better than me. 10 people. I've gone to the six people only.
Yeah, I bought I bought that package or whatever because I want more, be able to put pictures and all that other good stuff. Yeah, they don't have nothing here.
Yeah, I can't even find that thing I was looking for, man. I have to try and look again for a different folder. Yeah, basically we're talking about the eyes being the defense of the world, right? The defense of the world. And it was mentioning something about soil as well, soil and ice. And to be honest, soil was one of the main things that got me started on my journey because I questioned soil, right? I questioned soil. I was like, what is soil? Then I spelled it back to front, right? I spelled it in reverse and it came up with a whole new ball game.
Soyuz, right? Ain't that what you said it was?
It came up as Loyus, right?
Loyus, that's right. Loyus.
Yeah, Loyus came up as Loyus. And from then, I've never looked back.
I remember you presenting that, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I've also came across another crater, right? And when I done some etymology on the words that they gave this crater, soil popped up as well, right? But I'm like, how can soil be associated with a crater on Mars or the moon, wherever it was, right?
Right.
So yeah, we start doing a bit of research from there.
That's good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Good shit.
Oh God.
We got them. We got them playing bang to rights. We got them, man. We got them bang to rights.
Yeah. As they should be.
Yeah.
They trip themselves up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can only run games so long.
That's it for so long, exactly. Until somebody, realize what's going on.
Somebody's on to you.
Can you brush your teeth, please? Where's your toothbrush?
Gotta brush your teeth.
Yeah, give me a sec, lad. Just gonna make my son
Yep.
brush his teeth.
Yep. Plant, you back up here? We lost him. Come back up, Plant. Charles, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm just kicked back, chilling, man. So let's see here. I see a lot of bright individuals in the back chat. Guys, come on up here. He's got plenty of room. I'm sure someone's got something on their mind they'd like to add. For those that I've been not communicating with, hopefully tonight will be a better night. I'm off tomorrow, and maybe I can reach out. And
I'm back now. I'm back.
Good deal. Go ahead, continue, London.
Where was we?
Research.
Yeah. So
Lawyers.
lawyers, exactly. They're showing me soil again, right, on a crater that is not on Earth. It's on the Mars terrain. Mars
This
terrain.
is when you found the octagon.
No, this was when what I did was I came across something on the Google Finder again. I threw in a picture of an eye, right? And
Okay.
a particular crater came up. I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's getting too easy now. It's getting too easy, right? They're just throwing craters at me when I'm throwing in eyes, and when I'm throwing in eyes, it's just throwing craters, vice versa, right? But
You know why?
pardon?
Because AI is involved, man.
Well, to some degree, yeah. Yes, I believe that. So, yeah. I'm with you there.
AI that can't differentiate between a lie and, well, maybe it can. I'm not sure, but maybe there's something in there to where it doesn't know that it's showing you crumbs.
Well, this is what I was talking about yesterday, right? I was saying to the guys on my channel, what if AI is waiting for someone like myself and other people to come and solve the riddle, right? And they're giving us little hints here and there, right? What if it's something like that? Sometimes I think about stuff like that because even when I watch some of these movies that are out there, we're being watched, always being watched, right? And it's almost like when I've been watching, like I said, that movie, Catch Me If You Can, that's like the same thing. Instead of turning him over, they said, "Hey, come and work for me, right? We need smart minds like you,
Right.
right?" Stuff like that. I look at AI as the big brother governing it, but there's someone in the upper room like, "Hey, keep an eye on this person. I think he might crack the code pretty soon." You know.
Right. The wizard behind the
Yeah.
curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what you're saying. I was gonna say something.
My bad.
It'll come to me.
It was so noisy. I had to mute up.
Even in the movie, I think Tomorrowland as well. That's the same thing with George Clooney. Only the smart minds, the smart and brilliant people get to go to this hidden away civilization.
Right.
A bit like that, you know.
I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. They're showing,
Tomorrowland.
yeah, Tomorrowland. It's like they're showing you a society hidden away in plain sight. In plain sight, a society hidden away in plain sight.
Hmm.
Full of brilliant minds and smart
I'll
people.
have to check that out.
I think there's many civilizations hidden away. You know, like how you show the map, London. There's different craters with different genetic experiments.
Right. So to add to that, what I was going to say earlier was, and not changing subject, but just touching down real quick to where I'm coming from. So I call the fuckery. The fuckery that that's involved with me is all about AI. Okay, as we're all nodes. Okay, and with all the let's just we'll call them victims. The victims that they have targeted. Let's say it's like a fishing deal. They will cast out 10,000 lines just to get one like me. Okay. And I took the bait. Okay. And therefore they've not let go since. Okay. They've been reeling me, you know, and coming to find out it's all about the data. Okay. The data that AI gets through this node. You see what I'm saying? But it's definitely all about the data.
Yeah.
That video you showed, Lonnie, remember that one? I think I still got it somewhere with all the things floating in the air, all the nano.
Yeah.
Material.
I've got them on my video cameras with all the nano dust particles.
All the nano, fuck.
Yeah. So they show up in a different spectrum. And these things are everywhere. I mean, everywhere. But
I found a document on swarm technology. I can share with you.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. They think individually. That's why if you look at the video that he's speaking of, this is off my security cameras at home. Okay. So it can't be bugs. It's not dust. It's not dirt. It's not the wind picking up snow. Okay. It was cold when this was taken out. When I filmed it and put it on YouTube, but they change directions in an instant, and some will go one way, but for a majority of the video, they operate in a swarm. So, and that's what Max is talking. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, it's just what you're describing. They do operate as a swarm. They will stick around people. They'll make links. They help transmit is what they're trying to use it for.
Hey, Max. Hold on, Max. Give us a bit of volume on your mic, please.
Oh. Let's try.
No, Max, I don't know if you've noticed, but have you noticed trailers, like empty trailers being pulled behind vehicles that would normally carry like lawnmowers or some kind of equipment or maybe even a car. Okay. And they're always empty.
Not so much. A few times, yeah.
Okay,
I,
you might
I work on a
keep an eye
highway,
out.
so we see
Yeah,
all kinds of that.
keep an eye out for that. Now, I don't know what it is with the metals that maybe there's something different about the metal that they're pulling, but I don't know if they act as an antenna or conductor. But whatever reason that they're having this done, it's significant. I haven't quite figured that little puzzle out yet.
Huh. Interesting.
And there'll always be a cement truck and a box truck around. Several box trucks, U-Hauls, in fact. Plumbing vehicles.
No, the only strange thing we've seen recently is cable trucks parking in
Yeah, a
weird
lot of them.
spots. And we saw a UN truck go by recently too this week.
Yeah, they like using tech guys because they, the electric company. You'll always see the electric company around. Always. Utilities.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They parked over across the road from us a couple of times. And,
Just like that lockdown, there was tons of different trucks, and they were going to these utility towers and stuff, all while people are inside. I seen them go to the highways right near my house. I seen them coming and going a lot on the highway, while everyone else is around.
yeah, they've been putting their techie tech in the hospitals, schools, all over the place. I thought the cruelest thing they did was in my city, right beside a old age home, they put up a tower, like right beside it.
Wow.
Who we got here?
Gabriel.
Hey, Gabriel.
Hello to everybody.
Jeremy.
Hi, Gabriel. Welcome.
Peace. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good. Better.
By agents
Cool.
for use.
Interesting live.
Yeah.
Yeah, London Man's video was awesome. That was fucking awesome.
I didn't catch it. Did you show it on this?
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out when I'm done.
I haven't seen too much evidence on the eyeball theory yet. I mean, I've heard of it and I've seen certain pictures, but that was some damn good evidence right there, man.
So I read a book called the Subterranean, and it was an old book, and I didn't finish the book, but it was talking about this inner Earth. So if you want a good read, check out the book Subterranean.
Yeah, I know about that. That's Subterraneous Mundi, something like that, right? Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's got a lot of good stuff in that. It shows you the subterranean stuff, right? But it's also got like mechanical work within the mountains and under the ground, right? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's exactly the one.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I wonder what they're trying to tell us in those ones. Like, even when I think of that, right?
Is it fiction or?
Well, check this out, right? Because look, they would, in those pictures, right? They're showing you machinery under the ground, right? Now, if you've been following my stream when I've been telling you about how do they call it, the meta fluid, right? They've been talking about using lenses, right, to activate machinery.
I'll be right back, guys.
So that was interesting as well.
Yeah, optical computing, they're doing that now through LED lights.
Yeah. Crazy.
And they use a keyhole technology that's very much like lensing.
Okay.
Yeah, where they hit a particle and like one particle can lens and view everything around it.
Yeah. Yeah. And we went over that because basically they were speaking about a keyhole structure in a type of galaxy that they came across, right? A keyhole structure. Now, what you just mentioned as well, the keyhole, right? And
Yeah.
through my work, we've been following James Turrell, and he's been, presenting some work that looks like a keyhole, looks like a cosmic egg, looks like the stairway to heaven, looks like the stairs to the unknown realm,
Hmm.
but it's still a keyhole shape.
Yeah, like
But
the keyhole wells. Have you seen those?
keyhole wells.
Yeah, yeah. Take a look. You can Google that quite easily.
Okay, keyhole well. I have to look into that one. But they're all doing this stuff with light, right? It's all lights which they're using to do their work. Like James Turrell, he uses nothing but light, minimal material usage, but
Mhm.
majority is light. But they're still making these keyhole structures.
Cool. I don't know what they're for, but
Yeah, same here. I don't know, but wild.
I heard something there.
Someone said something, but it sounded very low. Turn your mic up, whoever said that.
Is the book fiction or fact, or what is it?
One more time.
Is the book fiction or fact, history, or what?
What book?
Labeled fiction.
Okay.
Subterranean.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me? What
Yeah.
happened to Gabriel?
I can hear you.
I got you. What is Taylor?
Is that what it's labeled, Lonnie? Does it say fiction?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
labeled fiction.
Okay. But why is it? I mean, for it's an old book, right? Like literally old. Why would they label that fiction? Like, and the stuff that they're talking about, it's not like
Right.
they're talking about cosmic stuff out of this world. They're talking about under the earth and like on the earth.
Right.
No sci-fi stuff. They're just talking about, subterranean stuff, and they're showing you
What
mountains and
happened? Everybody good?
Yep.
yeah. Can you hear us, Chuck?
I
Somebody
believe
say
it's
something.
the
Let me know.
toroidal sphere. This place.
Yeah,
What's
we're
that?
here, Mike. Yeah.
I think this realm is a toroidal sphere. So inner Earth and all that stuff. I believe that. I think this realm is a toroidal sphere.
I can't hear nobody.
All that stuff.
Right.
Somebody type in the
Me?
chat room.
I think this realm is a toroidal sphere. Yeah, I mean the Earth, not a globe or something. It's a sphere, like a toroidal sphere.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You
I've
know
not
what?
heard that.
I'm with the globers, right? But I'm on the inside of the globe, right? The eye, furthermore, the eye is called a globe.
Right.
This is what people are forgetting, right? The eye is called a globe. So I'm with the globe concept, but I'm talking about from a hollow point of view, living on the inside of it.
Like maybe
I don't think it's a ball or round. I think it's a toroidal sphere.
Okay, elaborate.
Yeah, not a ball or something. You know what a toroidal shape is? You know,
Yeah.
like
Looks like a snow angel.
the chakras and stuff, how it flows through the body and then goes around and under and through the body again and up out the head. And yeah.
Yeah, so basically it's
And
like
there
a
are
sphere with an
realms.
opening in both ends. Is that what you're saying? Basically, it's like a sphere with opening on both ends, top and bottom, so energy can go in and out around.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
if someone, you know, knows their way around the chakras in yoga and stuff, you know, if you clean and prepare the vessel, you know, it won't break if you put the knowledge in, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Some stuff you have to prepare your vessel before, you know what I mean?
before you put anything
Or it might
inside.
break.
Now, you say about the
Or,
realm being a
or
toroidal sphere.
activate chakras and stuff.
Right. So this is speaking for myself. Now, I don't do anything any different than I do any other day, okay? But I've got certain chakras that have activated. And I say this because of the things that I'm able to do, okay? Like display energy, okay? I can do that through my hands. Say, put your hands
Do you have
underneath
a
mine. I
guide or
raise
a
mine.
teacher?
No.
Well,
It's being done.
That can go way bad.
Yeah, well, it's being done. I'm not doing it again. So, but when these things happen, I'm realizing and I'm knowing what's happening because of the things that I know and have been taught. You know what I mean? Through certain individuals, like-minded people. So it goes from healing others, intuition, precog even. And just knowing.
Be careful about that healing stuff too, because you give away
I
energy
stay away from it.
you yourself. You know what I mean?
Right, and you take in, because one hand's a giver, one hand's a receiver.
Yeah.
So when I'm always saying we're powerful, I have a small taste of how powerful we truly are. And it's really sometimes it's disturbing because we've been in the dark for so long. When we truly are the light, and we're talking about the eyeball concept, all that, emitting light. Now they've known about the admittance
I
of this light.
understand that.
Yeah. This is for those that don't. I think
if you open certain energy channels in the body without a teacher and something, and you see stuff that other people can't see because you opened up something.
Right.
You know what I mean? You have to have a teacher that can deal with that and who can put you through that.
Right. Well, I have someone I speak to, so I talk to them when I have questions. But I don't dabble too much into it. You know what I mean? I'm just I'm still in the madness, so I try to navigate.
Yeah.
On a daily.
I'm just saying, if you bless somebody and stuff, and they misuse it and connect to somebody else, so you're connected to the next person and the next without you knowing,
I see what you're saying, man. Yeah. Well, thank you.
It'll drain daily energy from you.
Well, we're definitely being loose harvested, okay? Some of us more than others. A wise person once told me that I have more power in my heart than the sun. And I believe that.
As above, so below. Yeah.
And I do believe that. But I also
Me
learned
too.
not to limit myself and to label myself. You know, like some would call themselves, "Oh, I'm a king," and I'm thinking, well, why limit yourself and why put a label on it? So you're a king. That's all you are then, huh? Okay.
You got a crown.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you definitely limited. But yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, man. I'm gonna mute up for a minute. I'm gonna get ready to walk out the door, so I want to talk to my brother real quick before I roll out. So just give me a minute, guys.
Some people learn on the internet about opening chakras or stuff like that, and then they end up in a nut house because, you know, other people can't see what they're seeing in other realms and stuff.
That's why I tell people, be careful when you use magic. You know, you could open something up that you won't be able to get rid of. You could attach some energy to you. You know, even music.
Exactly.
Any vibration could be detrimental to the mind or your state of well-being.
Yeah. No matter if it's a curse or a blessing, you have to expend some of your energy that you built up.
What's this, Matt? Yeah.
Oh, that's nanostructures through radiation. Read that sentence to you. Where is it? Fabrication of nanostructures using radiation. One of the important approaches is still now vigorously promoted by scientists. It's top-down methodology. Top-down, the approach begins with appropriate starting materials or substrate. They're talking about using clays and other things as well. This method is used in fabricating devices out of substances by methods of electron beam nanolithography and reactive ion etching. In this process, the energy of radiation is deposited on the materials via the ionization process. The electron generated through the ionization loses its energy through interaction with the surrounding molecules and eventually thermalizes. So they're basically, we were talking about nanostructures and swarms, and this is kind of part of it. So I thought I'd just post it and give you guys a chance to look at this document.
Is this connected to what's that? Trying to think of that black stuff is called. I always
the
forget.
black goo. The black goo.
Yeah,
They use magnetic fields and radiation. Yeah. This one's more radiation. The black goo was more operated by magnetics. It's nanostructures like that using radiation instead of magnetic fields. So setting up.
The name of the black goo. There's a name for it called. This guy was making a lot of videos on it. Anyone in the chat know?
You can make it with graphene or graphite.
Graphene. There you go. Thank you. Yes, graphene.
Yeah, there's other materials you can use as well, irons and things like that, other metals.
In Germany, they're spraying the sky with aluminum and everything in a checkerboard pattern, so it dispersed over the whole area.
Yeah, they're doing that here all the time.
That reminds me of the checkerboard pattern you see in the ocean from the energy. It's probably the same effect, that checkerboard pattern in the waters and the oceans they see, which cause like these riptides. I think the ocean Also, because of the salt water is a conductor of energy.
It's a military tactic.
Yeah, that too. But I think the military complex is the ones doing all these weapons, which to me, the military complex is above the politics. That's the government within the government.
Oh, absolutely.
If you watch and they spray, you'll see it dispersed like a blanket, you know, like a milky blanket over everything.
Yeah, sometimes
Because
they do it
apply
wrong
that
here.
checkerboard pattern, and then it disperses and lays down on everything.
Hey, I tell you this much. Today was a beautiful day, right? I looked outside, I saw the sun shining, and then my daughter said to me, Dad, look at the moon, right? I looked, I couldn't even see the moon. I could just see like chemtrails, right? And the moon was faintly behind it. But I was thinking to myself, how the hell did my daughter see that? I had a hard time seeing it. I couldn't even see it, but she saw the moon before she saw the sun. So it made me think, this what they're showing us now, you know, it don't stand on a globe or on a globe theory, right? You shouldn't be able to see both of them, right? So it makes me think sometimes, all this time we've been thinking, are they covering up the suns of the sunlight? Maybe they've been trying to cover up the moon, so we see it less when it's out with the sun.
I don't like the moon. It regulates the pineal.
Say that again?
I'm open-minded about the flat Earth theory, but you know, I always say as soon as somebody can show me how to calculate the next eclipse on a flat model, then I'm in.
Okay, I feel you. Interesting. So yeah, that's where I've been standing. That just for yesterday, I've been thinking, are they trying to cover up the moon? Because the moon just pops up when it wants to pop up, right? There's no telling. So all this time where they've been chemtrailing, maybe they're just trying to cover up for when the moon's gonna pop up next time. I don't know if it's really for the sun.
People navigated by the stars and the moon through the desert and on
That, but that proves the flat
sea,
Earth.
you know.
Or a stationary Earth is the stars. We see the same ones all the time. If we were flying through space, it would be different. But check this video out about the moon. This guy caught this on an airplane.
It's not always the same stars.
Video. Check this out. Tell me
it's
what
not
you
always
think.
the same stars.
We'll continue that in a second. Check this out with the moon.
Please can someone help explain how on this flight the moon is below the horizon by quite some way.
Oh, way. Wow.
I never seen that below the horizon there. That's odd. Is that the fake moon China's been working on, or what?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's lower.
Interesting.
That's lower than the bloody
but
plane.
no telling what that could be, you know.
If Gabriel's not purposely speaking over anyone, he has a delay because he's so far away. I've noticed that. I used to think Gabriel was speaking over people, but he has a delay. It's hard, you know, because you're far away. No, it's all right.
We'll give you the time, no problem.
I noticed that
realize there's a
sometimes I'm in
delay.
sync, sometimes I'm not.
One day I was on YouTube and my channel, and I realized there's like a 40-second delay when I say something.
Yeah, there's normally I think a 10-second delay if you're streaming.
Yeah.
There's always a 10-second delay. But, yeah, with that video you showed, that brought something to my attention as well. The other day they were speaking about creating a new sun. Sorry, not a sun, a new star. All right. I wonder if anybody caught wind of that the other day. They were speaking about a new star for a new star system, basically.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. So the sun talk is out the window now. I haven't heard a mention about the sun talk for a little while, but the star talk came up the other day. They said they want to make us a new star for a star system. So that was quite interesting.
I've come across a few of these pictures, Max, like this. I don't know if this is real or not, but
That looks cool.
I'm starting to think like people in the military that are stationed at these bases at this alleged ice wall. I think, you know, it's more than, I think it has summer and winter also, this ice wall. I think it has desert and everything because of the old maps we looked at. There's deserts and all sorts of, they called it the land of the giants too in some section. So has anyone seen the new, this building right here, which is a bunch of swirls like the 666?
Yeah, a bunch of sixes.
That's, and you see the flat earth map in the middle? That's the, what building? That's, United Nations building.
Is that the United Nations building?
Yeah, the new one, I think. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's got like the CERN logo. That's got the lens logo. That's got the opticianist logo.
It's got 7 spires or 7 arms coming off of it.
See?
Oh, wow. Yep. The 7-headed beast, United Nations.
Yeah.
7 seas, 7 continents.
Yep.
7
I love their
original
numbers.
stars. The 7 heavens, the 7 hells.
Let's see, how many
the 7
levels are there?
chakras, the 7 tones. We could go on forever.
Oh, there's 7 levels too on the
7 low-cost.
On some of them.
And this experiment is pretty cool. How the guy took the glass bowl and he put a light and it creates a sundog, which is very interesting. Now, I'm not saying the firmament is glass. I don't know what the firmament is, but I think it's something where...
Crystalline. It's crystal. They speak about crystal earth, the lens being a crystal type. Throughout the 8th century, they always describe the earth being a crystal material. And the lens is a crystal material, a type of synthetic crystal material.
And you always notice how NASA, they train people underwater, right? With these suits. Now, I'm starting to think they got everyone looking up, but NASA's really still, because they started off exploring oceans, and I think they still do, but they trick people to look up when the real answers are under the water.
That's where resources would be easily found, you know.
They got their green screen built into the wall of the pool.
Yeah.
It's wild, man. But even when you show this evidence to a lot of people, they deny it. And that's fine. You know, they're on their own journey. But it's interesting stuff. And this right here is like enough.
I believe they faked like 60% at least.
Go back to that picture a minute, Chuck. Let me take a picture.
Which one? Underwater?
Yeah. And then,
You want me to send it to you? Instead of screenshotting it, you'll get a better visual.
yeah, you can just go back to it. I'll just click it quick, then we can move forward.
All right. Hold on, I gotta re-upload it. All right.
I know worries. I know worries. Just okay. There you go. Yeah, respect. Sorted.
I'll still send it to you anyway.
Nice
Because
one.
you'll get a better, it'll be more crisp.
Okay.
Yeah, especially if you're going to use it in one of your videos. Like,
Yeah, Charles, I wanted to say it's now not always the same stars
Oh
that
yeah,
you see in the sky. They,
I think so. Because I've seen Orion's belt year in and year out, over and over and over, spinning in circles.
of course, yeah. But I mean, over the ages, you know. They tried to find
They
out,
say
you know,
stars burn out, but I don't know how true that is. Maybe some do, but
you know, they described star system in the Vedas, and they wanted to know when they were, you know, visible, and they rewinded the stars, you know, with a computer system, and they were only visible between 80,000 years ago and 100,000 years ago.
maybe the stars were created. I think we're in some sort of a well-created machine, like a big greenhouse effect, sort of. With they created the sun and the moon, and I think the heat to the Earth has something to do more than the sun, because the higher you go, closer to the sun, it gets colder, which is a little odd to me. So where's this heat really coming from? Maybe
It actually
the
goes through
sun?
a five-part
That's
cycle
crazy,
where
yeah.
it's cool, hot, and then it gets really hot.
Hmm.
So the atmosphere has 5 layers.
No, but I know what Chuck's saying though, because it's like most of these countries, like even with the Caribbean, right? When I go to the Caribbean, it's warm over there, and the sun's not even around, right? Sometimes, like even in the nighttime, it's warm, right? But I know with the sun comes the heat, right? But the sun's come and gone long time, and I'm still out in my shirt, sorry, in my shorts, and sometimes even no vest. Right, and just like going back to what's his name, Mr. RKX Jason, when they spoke of a time when there was no sun. When the sun came, that's when the enemies came. That's how some of Jason's work goes. That's quite interesting. They just speak about the purple aura, the purple light, not even the sun involved.
Yeah, that's purple dawn theory. We were supposed to be in the glow of Saturn's heliosphere, and then we broke out of that, and because of the new sun coming, Jupiter, and then we had that sun for a while, but then the sun came along and took over. That's the purple dawn theory and the 3 suns. So Jupiter gave us our day and night, and then the new sun gave us our seasons.
Okay.
So I have this picture here. I showed this before. The 9'9", I think he's 9.5 feet tall. Which these doors that are right here.
Even those doors are too big for that guy, no?
I know, yeah. I think these people were
Toroidal
12
field.
to 14 feet. Which people tell me giants never existed. There's no evidence. There is. All over the old architectures. Tons of evidence. I want to know where they went. You know, I truly think they're still existing somewhere.
I think they go underground deep to try to get
Yeah.
the increased atmosphere.
Right, because you were saying the sun. Now that's a good point. I would love to live underground. Just you know, for a year, come out, go back for another year, come out.
Oh, a
Like
couple
a
miles
worm.
down there, it'd be like living in a barometric chamber, which is really healing.
Hmm.
You might live a longer life down there.
Well, I think like the sun they created, that fake sun. I think that has to do with the underground farming they're doing for them. You know, they probably got fruit down there that's so good for the body, with so much minerals and stuff. It's unbelievable. But they feed us we're the experiment above ground.
Yeah,
We're getting screwed over.
that's a cool idea. Yeah. Maybe there's advantages to growing in a high pressure area.
Yeah, I never thought of that. The pressure being different. And you had mentioned, Max, too, the light plays a big part in the deterioration. A slow, like,
Yeah, we get energy from the sun, but it also damages us in ways. So.
Slow death.
I think not everyone can enter those realms. In those same texts, what I was talking about, they describe, you know, if you prepare your body and do stuff like that. And
Go back, Chuck.
there's subtler realms like Shambhala and stuff like that that you can only enter if you're prepared.
Thank you.
Check this picture out.
I love the old maps. Oh, that's cool.
Mm.
What a beautiful home.
Wow.
I think that might have collected water of some sort, or I don't know, but you can see at the bottom it has the cross. It has a compass at the bottom.
Cool.
Yeah. Looks like a temple well.
Yeah.
I think that was in like Asia or India. I would love to go to India. Such beautiful architecture and stuff.
That's an interesting theory, Canada Dummy, is more magnetic fields. Or or a bigger magnetic field? I don't know.
Okay, I like this. I know what they're showing me here.
Yeah, the temples and stone structures there are, way better than Egypt and everything together. The details and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a weird picture, man, of like, I don't know what it's about, but I thought it was pretty cool.
I know that guy.
And then this, because I've been looking into, they say if you draw a circle, see, I remember I was reading that, Max, with the book, and they were talking about energies, and you draw your circle to keep you contained. It's like a barrier. I'm intrigued on how that works.
You know what they're showing you?
Yeah, that he drew a barrier, and he's speaking some sort of spell against that evil, or against, I don't want to say evil, but against some sort of energy or spirit or daemon or demon.
Yep, dark angel or something. He's got wings. So,
yeah.
If you speak the right mantra, you can create a being or something that does stuff for you.
Yeah, Solomon's Seals of Solomon. Yeah. Be back in 1 second.
Go back a minute, Chuck. What I can see from this, right, is they're showing us the eye again, right? If you look to the top left, that's the globe, meaning the eye. And to the bottom right, you see the cross, the lens, right? Whenever you see the cross, that's like Jesus. Jesus is the lens, he's the cross. And the globe is self-explanatory already. I've already gone over that in a few of my documentaries, how the globe is the eye, right? And
you're purposely leaving out a lot of knowledge in that picture.
Say that again?
They're purposely leaving out, details in that picture.
Oh, yeah.
Those spells that he drew and stuff.
Yeah, because around the circle, there's a bunch of sigils, too.
Exactly.
Just like this circle here, because I was reading about this, and these are some of the instruments used. Like the dagger, you got to create your own dagger with your own energy. You got your cup. Then your book of shadows, and whoever skull that is, I didn't read about that, but I'm pretty sure this might be some dark magic because they're using a skull, or maybe some hair, or, they're trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do in this. Maybe it's just a picture, but
look very rudimentary to me. Like, yeah. In India, they don't make circles around themselves. They protect their own bodies with the mantras and stuff. If they have to go in cremation grounds and meditate and stuff.
Just gonna show these pictures before I pull some more up. Like, when you really think about how they put so much time and money into the beginning of these movies to put up globe. Hey, you mentioned Gabriel about being able to prove the eclipse on the crater or the realm. I want to know myself because they found a machine in the ocean that the ancients used. Allegedly, they found one that predicts eclipses, and I think maybe I've heard so many different theories of an eclipse. There are holes in the firmament, they're gateways or portals. I've heard there's Rahu and Ketu, which are the
28 days
black
to
nodes
start
that were
bleeding and
created with
stuff.
the sun and moon. Yeah, a whole
So
bunch
there's
of
no
crazy
going to
stuff.
Mars and, reproducing on Mars? No way.
Maybe Mars is a different. I don't think we could go to these planets, but I think there's other craters that are named after these alleged planets. London Man is explaining it real good when he had the map.
I mean,
Yeah.
after 9 moon cycles.
Listen, we went over some readings about 3 weeks ago, a month ago, right? And they were describing this realm. But when they mentioned the worlds being in the craters, right? They said the reflection of the heavens is showing the craters on the earth, which is full of mercury. That's what they were saying. They was talking about the mercury reflecting the craters.
Neat idea.
I think it's a 3D shadow of a 4D structure. Like your shadow is a 2D display of a 3D structure of your body.
Yeah, I think they're using some type of lens and lasers to project stuff. The lights, I think the lights are showing us, but holography, that's what they've been using, man.
You were reading from the Puranas, Charles, about the Yuga cycles, the big cycles. Yeah. That's when the whole solar system moves to near a bigger star. Then all the beings on Earth are way, evolved, of a way higher caliber intelligence and stuff.
Yeah, they also say we might be in a binary system with Sirius as well, because of its shift from blue to red. I think it was blue to red. Or was it red to blue?
Huh. I love this picture. This picture is awesome.
If one small thing about the calculation of the eclipse was changed, like the tilt of the angle of the Earth.
Oh, what's that one? That's the moon inside of that.
Flower of Life.
Yeah, I like that.
The principles for the development of a complete mind. 1. The study of science of art. 2. The study of the art of science. 3. Develop your senses, especially learn how to see. And 4. Realize that everything connects to everything else. Leonardo da Vinci said that. Da Vinci's pretty amazing and accurate drawing of the flower of life.
Beautiful.
I forgot the actor's name that was recently speaking on the Flower of Life, and he said don't look at it in a 3D, or not even, this ain't even 3D, this is more like whatever
Yeah,
dimension.
yeah, it's three-dimensional, but he's highlighting the negative spaces in it.
Yeah. He said look at it more of as a 4D with something, but
Yeah, he's analyzing it in the negative space. So he projects up the circles and highlights the negative spaces outside the circles that intersect.
Yeah, all shapes are within that flower of life. If you connect the dots, you know, with a ruler, or so you make a triangle, a cube, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've always liked this picture coming up. It's like he's peeking out of the eyeball, and there's machinery outside of the firmament, which is pretty cool.
Looking
They
behind
say
the veil.
all galaxies turn at the same rate. Like
Hold on
clockwork.
1 second. Leave that there a sec. Let me. Something.
What about the Hennessy commercial? Who remembers when he went up to the top of the firmament, right? And he looked into the firmament and he seen himself as a child. Who remembers that Hennessy commercial?
I remember that.
Yeah, I think you used that clip, London man, but that was awesome. So still to this day, I think, you know, I think about the first person to fly up that high. Like if someone created an air balloon, or I used to see a lot hot air balloons. I rarely ever see them. There used to be a field in about 2 cities or towns over that they would have tons of them lift off. I haven't seen it in over 20 years. Maybe because of all the spraying they're doing, people don't want to inhale large amounts of aluminum.
Wow.
Yeah, we used to have the Goodyear blimp floating
Check
around.
this out, right? Check this out. Then when I've been looking at this thing here, right? I'll go back.
Oh, my bad. Right when you said that, I had hit it. Go ahead.
This one here, right? That Urbi means princess, right? And then again, when you spell it with an O, Orbi, right? That means a third person singular presents, or what was it? Fourth person, to blind, deprive of sight, right? To go blind, lose one's sight. To blindfold, to dazzle, to bewilder, to deceive, delude. Right, so there's a few things regarding to the eye there: to go blind, one's eyesight, blindfold. Right, and this picture, when I was on one, well, if you go back to one of my documentaries, there's a crater that I came across on the moon, right? And it looked distinctively like a skull or an eye. And when we typed it in, it was it came up as this picture, right? So when I seen the crater on the moon, I said, oh, that looks like a bloody eye or a skull or something. Let me see what the name of the crater. When I typed in the crater, went to Google, this picture came up, right? So now when I'm looking, the meaning of this stuff here is talking about stuff to do with the eyes. So that's quite interesting.
I think you can only perceive and enter other realms if you prepare your vessel. Looks like he prepared his vessel and can look behind the veil.
Possibly you got to be ready. Yeah, you have to be ready. But I don't know. How would you prepare yourself for the unknown?
With the right teacher, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of hear what you're saying. But do you think those teachers are still around?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so. If you look for him, you'll find a guru If he wants to get rid of you, he's real. Not like other
It's more like-
religions putting the fear of God into you, so you come every Sunday and pay them something. A real spiritual teacher will say, I'm glad if you leave and, use the knowledge to help others,
Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a sec. Videos. This one. Yeah, I think it is this one. One sec. Oh yeah. A sec.
Amazing painting.
Yeah, Chuck, when you're ready, let me just quickly show you this. Backstage, yeah? Chuck, you still there?
Hi, Candy.
My bad. Give me like 2 seconds. I just got to make something to eat real quick. Peace, Candy.
Hey, quickly throw my thing on backstage quick.
Huh? Oh. Cool. Alright, bet. Boop. Alright, I'll be right back.
From here. Hold on. Let's go back from here.
Exact mechanism of the hexagon's formation is unknown.
Very interesting. The hexagonal formation seems to be exclusive to Saturn and Jupiter. Not to mention, we have found these patterns on Earth, whether it's living or non-living things. Let's take a look.
Enlarge the small rexes to optimum size unless I place a people expansion device. Here goes a B-hex ring, a people expansion device invented by Dr. Suvin Bhattacharjee of India. I go through the side port and tuck this flange at 9 o'clock. And then I go through the other side port and tuck this flange at around 1 o'clock.
Bingo. And there we have our first hexagonal shape within the eye, just like the eye of Saturn and the eye of Jupiter. Let's head over to Hollywood and see what they're using with their hexagonal pattern.
Have a good day, Canada Dummy.
Someone leaving or what?
Let's not forget, if the moon is the universe in its total image, then we should be able to find some hexagonal patterns. You guys got sound?
Yep.
Oh, cool. On the moon's surface. the more I looked at these hexagonal patterns, the more they looked back at me, like I was being watched, almost like an eye was looking at me. Apollinaris was a saint from Syria who died in Turkey with a crater on Mars. Very interesting, because the maps that I located seem to have Syria in Mars. Very interesting. Apollinaris means effervescent mineral water. Are they trying to tell us waters was once running through Mars, just like Africa?
The light changes and reverses direction, and we can see that eye that's up there in the sky right now that's hidden. It's hidden from us right now, but it's also responsible for creating different luminaries that we can see in the sky. So this is the ultimate eye in the sky. So all of the all-seeing eye symbolism, all of the eye of gods, all the various one-eyed gods, etc., this is their eye. It's a physical portion of the firmament, which is made of ice, and it looks down on us. Now let's get back to the etymology of the word egg. Right? If you look up the etymology of egg, it says here that it stems from Old Norse egg, which is how we normally spell it, from the Proto-Germanic adja. You see that right there? Let me check this out. Now follow me with this. Words change, okay? We have different letters that sound like other letters, so they start changing over time. Egga, the G sound is the exact same, depending on how you say it, as the J sound, right? Ja. Just like, I don't know, there's G can make a J sound, right? Like it sound like a J. So Adja and Egga are the exact same. Just take a look at down here. It says from the Proto-Indo-European root word auyo or oyo or oyo, which means egg in Proto-Indo-European. This is interesting. So remember, these are two Y's in a row, sometimes two J's in a row, right, which are basically the exact same letter, sometimes two G's in a row, depending on the pronunciation. This says this Norse-derived northern word lived on in Middle English with native cognates or related root words to eye, as in the eyeball itself. The word eye has the exact same root word as the word egg, which means they're the exact same word. It's just different pronunciation and dialect and accents over time transform them, different inflections give them different meanings. You know what I mean? So the word oyo, aja, all of these words are the exact same word, or the word egg is the exact same word as the word eye, eyeball. In Spanish, it would be ojo, I believe is how that's pronounced, right? Ojo, oyo. And there's different ways to pronounce it depending on your dialect, right? And this is why it is the eye symbolism, because it looks like an eye. You know what I mean? This is exactly what the dome looks like, except for maybe not yellow in the middle like that. The outer portion would be the firmament, the ice part of the firmament. Then you have that inverted dome that faces downwards towards us, giving us the eyeball symbolism. Eye and egg are the exact same word. Exact same word. So when the egg of the world breaks open, life pours into this world.
Yeah, do you know what that is? That is wild.
The item on the left with the circle at the top, it looks like what Cleopatra the alchemist drew on her one page. Remember, she had a one page and she had just 3 images. She had something similar to that on one side.
When I see this, right, especially these cavities right here, it reminds me of this, like the eyes. Like this, like we've seen it from a different angle almost. Like this is where the eyes would sit.
Oh.
This would be the skull and everything back here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I see that for sure.
And that's kind of how they're formed, London, in terms of like fetal development. They start out from the back and then project forward, outward, to me, in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very, very true. I remember talking about that on the I series, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big reason why I don't wear sunglasses as much as possible anymore when I go outside.
Thank you, ladies. Because even like this one right here, right, the one underneath the sigils that you guys had,
This reminds me of the eyes, because even when me and Z done a stream before, we was covering how the eyes, for some reason, it's like they've been wired crosswards, like they're wired back to front for some reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's part of like uncrossing the DNA.
Aldebaran, the follower, is a star located in the zodiac constellation of Taurus. It has the Bayer designation Alpha Tauri, which is Latinized to Alpha Tauri and abbreviated Alpha Tau or Alpha Tau. Aldebaran varies in brightness from an apparent visual magnitude 0.75 down to 0.95, making it the brightest star in the constellation.
This is the lens at the bottom.
Ooh.
This is what I'm thinking. This is how it would come in.
And that
Then it would be a reflection.
all of the layers of the retina.
Yes.
Oh,
The
I love
hyaloid
that.
canal, and then that dome is the vitreous, and then all those layers are in the retina.
Come on.
I'm telling you, man, we live in God's eye. It also reminds me too of like in churches.
This is awesome.
There you go.
Good stuff, London.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Great synchronization. And
Amazing.
when people come together, it's awesome how you could, people add to the conversation like this. That's why I say great minds think alike.
Indeed.
I see how he made that connection to German Eier, but it's like eggs, so it's not just one egg. It means eggs, more than one. But I see how he made that connection.
Yes. Indeed, that was good
Eier
stuff.
in German.
Yeah.
That was Jay Dreamers, right?
So you're
Jay
yeah, that
Dreamers,
was Jay, correct.
he's awesome.
Yeah, you got some good work. You've got some good work. It's like I don't watch him religiously, yeah, but for some reason, Chuck, the days when I've been tuning into him, right, he's always seemed to be talking my language. But only when I tune into him, like if there's something that I've missed and I go back and watch, there's nothing in it. But the days when I tune into him, I'm like, whoa, I was meant to tune in today. Crazy. Oh, man.
Peace, Dean. That's part of the I think that's like once again how powerful the mind is, It was like you were connecting to a frequency that drew you over there. Or maybe your higher self. I think our higher self is like the all-seeing, all-knowing. Because like I've said, there's times in my life when my higher self warned me about stuff, and it's 99.9% right, whether it's good or bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild. Even to the point
I always
where
learn something when I come here.
that's what's up. Yeah, it's good to learn new things, man. Good to learn new things. If you don't mind me asking, what have you learned today? What have you come across that you like?
Yeah, the stuff about the eyeball and the connection to the hexagon, you know, the potter's wheel, something like that.
Okay.
As above, so
Yeah.
below and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, it's good stuff. I had something else. Let me see if I've got another one somewhere. Give me a sec. Video. No, I won't even show that one. And I've erased it. Hold on.
Hey,
Is this
Dino.
No, that's not it. What'd you say? Dino. Oh, what's happening, Dino? Yeah, I mean, for me, all things seem to be pointing to the eye, right? A hollow earth. Everything seems to be pointing to the hollow earth for me. I don't know about anybody else.
What was that? I had walked away. Sorry, I had to put my plate in the sink. Come up, Dean, if you want.
I got to take off, guys. I got some things to do. So much love to you all. Thanks for all the new info there, London. That was pretty cool. And Charles, yeah, I like those pictures you show us. All right, guys.
You gonna go live tonight?
Yeah, I'll be doing a show
Okay.
for sure. I might do a short show before that. We'll see. All right. We'll talk to you later,
All
guys.
right, Mac. Peace.
Okay, bye.
Hey, everyone's going live today. I was meant to go live at some point. Might do it tomorrow instead now. Don't know. But yeah, there's lots of information out there regarding this topic, but you just got to look for it, man. Like, come across readings from the 8th century and the 18th century, and they're talking about living within a truncated cavity, right? And we've been looking into the eyes, and the eyes also sit in a truncated part as well, right? On the inner earth aspect of it. So it's pretty deep. Some good correlations we've been making, man. And they've been speaking about the reflection, how the moon is a reflection. The moon is an X-ray image as well, they mentioned. And this is coming from the 18th century and shit. It's not just London making it up. This is what they were saying in the 18th century. So then you got to think, where did they get their teachings from, people in the 18th century? They must have got it from the previous people.
Right. I think they were more knowledgeable and smarter. Because from my observation, I don't think the indoctrination was too intense back then. I think they actually taught people. That's why they had those what are those things? Those invention things. I can't believe I can't think of the name. All over the world they would have them with the giant buildings that were white.
Giant buildings. What the
Pyramids?
No, I know it's the Tartarian thing.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking. I forgot the name of it though.
Oh man. Whenever I need to think of something
Got
important, my
lots of
brain.
videos on that topic.
What's up, JG and Dean?
Hello, how's everyone this morning?
Chilling.
Greetings, Dean.
Greetings, JG, and is it Gabriel? London. How are you all this morning?
Hi, JG.
Good, I'm well, man. Thanks for asking.
Hey, much appreciate having the opportunity to be here. I've only just bloody thought, by God, I'll turn the internet on. I'm trying to sleep without the damn thing. So yeah, just
The,
wanted to. Sorry.
The indoctrination, right? It's got worse and worse, right? 50s, 60s, 70s, it's getting worse and worse. And what we're seeing now is like a resistance to the fucking indoctrination. We're seeing like a resistance to the mind control and whatnot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
The
Have
resistance,
to.
definitely.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, but it's getting crazy, you know? It's getting wild right now.
Well,
For me, everything
They're mad.
points to the old
They're going to be
texts
mad.
and stuff.
They're going to be mad you resist. You know, and the resistance is causing, you know, it's going to cause chaos.
Granted, and the thing is that we, you know, we got here through chaos. We're going to have to get out of here through it as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
I just got locked up. I got locked up on. I just got out of jail 2 days ago, and just watching the cops and watching the people inside. I mean, it's funny how oblivious some people are to what's really going on.
I was wondering what happened because you
What were you
usually
in
stop by, and I was like, "Damn, what happened to JG?" That sucks, bro.
It's wild. It's wild how just how indoctrinated people are, and you see firsthand in these jails and in with the people in jail, the people working for jails.
Yeah.
But,
What were you in for?
jaywalking.
do you know what?
Jaywalking.
Before you even said that, I thought about it in my mind, but I thought, no, I'm not going to say it. And you
Wow.
actually said it. That's
Well,
crazy.
remote
Must be
viewing.
a stalker.
I agree.
That's crazy. Okay.
What were those cities called, Dean? Where they used to have all the inventions and stuff. We always talked about them. I can't think of the name of them. You know, like Chicago had one.
World
London
Fair.
had
World
one.
Fair. World Fair.
World's Fair,
World
yes.
fairs. Yes, yes.
And then people were taught the real knowledge, where they were able to invent machines that created energy and all that. Nowadays, we're taught the opposite. You know, you got to pay money to even get any type of knowledge. You don't see people really building stuff like that today. We've been like super dumbed down.
Well, the thing is, I think that was used. That was a stage in itself, Chuck,
You think
because
they were
it was
using
used to push
build
us to
that?
where we are, right?
Yeah. You think they used the people to build the technology so they could take it and you know, buy the patent and or not buy it, take the
Everything
patent.
I see,
Well,
that's how I see it, bro. Yes.
Chuck, I
Mm.
kind of see it in a way like where it might have been a setup, right? Where they got wind of people around the world starting to make new inventions, right? So they probably said, let's have a World's Fair and get all these smart dudes out here, right? Let them bring their inventions. And then we do a reset, right? And then we start bringing out these inventions again.
There you go. Yeah. Yes,
I've been
that's a
showing
bloody
videos
good
of
way
the
of putting
oldest
it.
houses
Yeah.
around here with etheric bulb antennas on top, and always has a hexagon or octagon structure underneath that goes all the way to the ground to disperse the energy in every story of the building.
Mm.
That's you, JG skateboarding?
Yeah, that's when I lived in Hawaii.
Etheric antennas.
Why? Nice. How long was you over there for, Hawaii?
3 months.
Not long enough, eh? It looks magical over there, Hawaii. I've never been, but it looks magical. Hawaii. It's a shame they went through a craziness not too long ago.
I tell you what, the warmer waters in New Zealand are causing some different type of biology, or not say biology, but just way the sea is working around us at the moment. Here in New Zealand, we've had quite an influx of people seeing sea snakes.
Okay.
And usually that's something you see in Australia in the warmer waters. So I'm just wondering how warm our waters are getting.
Yeah. See, look, Chuck, even this now, like, we got to question the narrative, right? Because these images are old, right? Now, why is these fucking scientists and all these NASA people starting to talk about Dyson spheres that look exactly like these pictures what you're showing us on the screen, right?
This
I
looks
think
like the 8-pointed star. You know, the 8-pointed star they use a lot of the leads.
no, forget it. It looks like the Dyson sphere. This looks exactly like one of the
Hold
Dyson
on, let me
spheres.
look that up. How do you spell the Dyson? I'm gonna look that up.
Dyson,
It's DY, yeah.
SON
Oh, okay, Dyson.
sphere, all right? I've been saying this looks exactly like them. Now they're speaking about these Dyson spheres. All of a sudden, it looks like they've seen alien structures out there, right? And they think they're Dyson spheres. I think they're meant to be level 3 or level 5 of civilization, meaning it harnesses its own powers of the sun. It uses the sun as its, power source. It curls around it like this, exactly like the wheel, like almost like Ezekiel's wheel. Right? And that's what they're showing us now. Dyson spheres are being spotted in the vastness of space.
Dyson.
Let me see if I got it. I might have one somewhere.
Thanks for coming up, JG. I was wondering what happened to him.
Oh, he said he went in jail.
Yeah. All right, I got a picture here. Yeah. Uh-oh. Something burning down in the building. Wow, they got tons of pictures of the Dyson sphere. But like different. I want a better picture. Search. Let me see. Dyson sphere. I'm gonna try the 1800s and see what they show. They put a vacuum. Like, I didn't say a Dyson vacuum. No. All sorts of noise going on. Doom, 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 doom,
Like the dude from Terminator, Mike Tyson, or what's his name? That
Oh shit, you're right. That's from
destroyed the
Street
world.
Fighter. Wasn't that from Street Fighter, Dyson? No. Or Mortal Kombat. One of the
Terminator.
two. I think it's Street Fighter. Terminator?
Terminator.
No, that was Douse him. That was Douse him in
Miles
Street Fighter.
Dyson. The black guy, Miles Dyson, or what his name is, who made the computer in Terminator.
Okay. Oh yeah. He died, didn't he? Die. He made
Almost.
Skynet, no? The one who made Skynet.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, he made Skynet. That's the dude. I don't know who you're talking.
Well, you've
All the
certainly
so-called religion
changed our
is
view,
ordered and
London.
Pardon, Dino?
I said you've certainly changed the view.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it's awesome. to have London come through, man. I've been waiting for this for a while. Remember, Dean? I was like, I miss the old days when we used to have
Amazing
great
stuff.
builds.
No, that's like artist rendition or something you got there.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me show you. Which one have you got now? I can see you got one. No, not even that one. Hold on. Let me present one to you. The one that they said they spotted, right? When you're ready, it's in the back chat.
All right, get off of this phone. I just let me just upload this one picture of Dyson's.
Yeah,
Oh,
take your time.
didn't
Take
even
your time.
show up. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. This probably isn't a good one either, but hey, throw it up there real quick.
No, that's not the one I'm looking for.
A toroidal sphere.
This one.
Yeah, I was gonna do that one, and I was like, nah.
All right, this is the one they're
And that's
saying.
8 point. It also has 8 things to it too, because the elites love the 8-pointed star for some reason.
But if you look, it's got like, you know, like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Well, it could be an octopus.
It does.
Right, Lee?
Looks like an alien structure that is using that sun for energy.
But what's that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio when things was like, was it Deception or something like that? You know that one? Inception. Okay, Inception. Look at the structure. It's like it's got 2 different worlds upside down, like inverted. See it? Skyline here and skyline down here. Like a mirrored realm on each.
Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit how Elkie puts it across. The mirrored realm.
That reminds me of the Vahara a little bit. Like there's that piece to the Vahara. I think I'm saying it wrong. How do you say it, Gabriel? The Vajara, the Vahara, the vagina. I mean the Vajara, the Vahara.
Brahmastra.
I'll show you what I mean.
What you mean the Jewish thing, the menorah?
No, the Tibetan Buddhists used it. It was a weapon. It's spelled Vagra.
Brahmastra.
Vaja?
Vaja, I think so. I'll pull a picture up of it.
You pull it up.
You've seen them before, London. Because I've sent pictures when we were going over weapons like Thor's hammer. And we'll pull it up real quick. Because this was an electromagnetic weapon, and I think. Oh, come on. Don't tell me it didn't download. You gotta be kidding me. This thing likes to play games, my phone. I only had my phone a little over a year and 2
Brahmastra is the
months.
strongest astra they have.
And it's already failing.
From all the astras, the Brahmastra is the strongest.
This weapon right here. That kind of looks like it a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's the thing they got in Transformers. Okay.
Transformers.
That's Brahmastra.
Guys.
It comes from Brahma, the Brahm Astra.
Yes. Yep, that's where I've heard it.
I didn't know there was a bell, a Bahara bell. Now imagine what that could do. Because you just think about the vibration of a bell. That bong.
This
If you
was like
could direct that.
it was like a plasma weapon, wasn't it?
Hmm. See, they got this. Imagine
Yeah,
what
you
you
had
could
to
do.
use a
direct
certain
that.
mantra to it, and it would activate the weapon.
Hmm.
See, okay. That was from Mandela Team. Let's see. Interesting. Flows from
I would always think like if you could direct the energy of like the bell or vibration or frequency, it'd be so powerful it would cause ripples across the floor of the earth. And I think these weapons were used that melted buildings and all that stuff.
In ancient wars in India, they were almost like atomic bombs activated by mantras.
That's interesting.
But in Kali Yuga, in our time, they like put some kind of veil on it, so we can't use it because the people are too stupid in these days. You know, in Kali Yuga.
Who's the Haruka?
I don't know, but I can see 6 rings of perfection, and as we can see the 8. There's a lot of 8 stuff tying into 8 again. What we just saw on the Dyson sphere. Then it's got Earth disk, right? And then it's got, I can see disk of space, emptiness, right? And they say space is empty, right? And then I can see necklace of light, fence, right? I can see so many things regarding to the lens on this, right? But what's good about it as well, they say the lens is like a bell shape, UFO shape, oval shape, and this is like the bell UFO, like the Vimana. Alright. The UFO is the lens, and then all those flying objects that we see, I think they're paying homage to the lens, the UFO.
I think they are too. When you look at it, it's quite amazing when you read the necklace of lights is right at the bottom, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and this is the parts of the.
This is
Vajra.
the other. Yeah, this is the Vajra, and the other one was the Vajra bell.
Yes.
I think the Vajra bell was very strong. Puma, get out. Now you're getting on my nerves. Go play. My cat is nuts. It's that time of year where she's in heat. I think I'm gonna let her outside.
Yeah, and the mantra to activate that weapon is called Brahmastra.
Because it says the 5 male Buddhas. It has the crocodiles, the moon disc, and the sun disc. The 5 female Buddhas. There's that balance, right? That negative and positive energy, the in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Alpha Tau symbol. That's like
Yeah, when I saw this picture, I said, "This is
in
awesome."
the old days, in the old cycles of time, Sat Yuga, when people were of a higher caliber of intelligence and longer lifespans, they used to do meditations and stuff, and do like offerings to get astras, mantras from weapons, kind of, but in sound
What's this
form.
stuff? Gabriel, I found some of these cool pictures.
Go back to that other
Looks
one,
like
please.
Tara.
Take a picture of it. Yeah, that one. Take a picture of that. They showed me something here. Cheers.
Yeah, this looks like it's coming out of a portal, like a vagina shape. Almost like Jesus has that portal behind him, or Mary. It's like the center of the Vesica Pisces, like the portal. That's what it looks like. This thing's coming out of, and they're always stepping on a human body. Because look at this one.
Yeah, look at that one, stepping on a body. Yeah.
Same thing with this one.
Yeah, that's
And this
Shiva.
one.
Yeah. That's
They
the
call
that's
him
the told.
Tara in the Himalayas,
What was that, London? You said a totem pole?
and he's
No,
stepping on a demon.
it,
Oh,
what I've been saying is Shiva is another form of the lens. What they've been talking about. Shiva brings destruction. Shiva's always tied in with destruction. But even with the CERN building, right? When you go and check out CERN, they've got a big Shiva statue with the quote unquote portal. But I don't look at it as a portal. I look at it as the weapon, as a lens.
but look, you were talking about the cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about the trident. The trident is a cross, but they bent the two outer pieces upwards to get the
Yeah.
trident.
Yeah. Yeah. I see that. I see that definitely.
Shiva Trishul.
It almost looks too like he's got some kind of bacteria or a creature wrapped around his neck. It comes in from one side, goes over his neck and under his arm and out the other side.
Yeah, it's a snake.
Yeah, like a
It
hydra.
represents his
Yeah.
throat chakra is open.
Okay. There you go then.
Because snakes can feel the vibrations of, mantras and chants and stuff.
Projection, look at that.
A lot of symbolism that they try to make evil looking, so nobody looks in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Destroying old knowledge.
That's why I use Christians or mostly all religions. They create anchors and ceilings so you can't elevate, and they call everything evil and demonic. And like you said, because they don't, once people figure out that religions use witchcraft, right, and rituals, that's why they denounce witchcraft and all that, because once people see the truth that religions are using paganism and witchcraft, their whole shit will fall apart. Because especially Catholic churches use hella witchcraft and rituals. Christianity too. They hypnotize the people by using frequencies and music. I mean, it's all manipulation of the mind and the eyes, the ears. All your senses are being manipulated.
Instead of knowledge.
Which once would have flowed quite easily before something came along and changed that, yeah?
Yeah.
Or has it always been
has so
here?
much left out and rewritten and all kinds of bullshit.
Fully capable, yeah. How yeah.
I like this one. I'll take a picture quick. Yeah, thank you. It's killing me. Yeah, you can change it now. Get ready. Mm. Very interesting. They're showing you the eye. They're showing you the eye. Whoever made this, they knew the assignment.
It's almost like the eagle in the what do you call it? Your people's no. I'm trying to think of the coat of arms. It looks like a coat of arms in a way, right?
Okay.
So,
So
I gotta
when
go,
you're
guys. It was nice
all right,
talking to you today.
yeah, likewise, bro.
All right, Gabriel,
Yeah,
man. Peace. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, respect, man. Respect to you.
yeah, thanks for having me on. Bye.
Anytime, bro. Peace.
Good to see you,
Try-
Gabriel.
Trying to pull up a lot of these with the eye symbolism I got.
Yeah, that you see that picture you just had, right? You see the ones that we just been looking at.
This one? Oh, wait.
Even this one and the other one, right? When they're showing us the triangle, I think
Oh,
they're
yeah.
showing us the fractal as well. But I like this picture. This is a nice one as well.
This is just like some artwork. I know you
Yeah.
showed this one before. Oops. This one.
Yeah. Right, that one. The older they are, the better they are for me, man. I love the old ones.
You got the keyhole.
Yeah.
Because they said the sole of your feet and your hands are also, portals. Now, I know you might like this next one.
Oh yeah. Let me take that one. That's a nice one. Yeah.
The Vesica Pisces.
What you just said there, Chuck, was that like the hands and the feet are portals. You could say that all the senses in our body are portals in that way, right?
Yes. I like how J Dreamers, he's such a good eye when he showed the dome. Not like this one. But I got a picture because I was watching that same video, and it was a short video I think he had on his channel. When I watched it and I seen the map, how they try to like paint over it and cover it, I said, what a good eye he has.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what's in the center. I can't zoom in on this, but there's something in the center there. And this does kind of look like an eyeball.
Mm. It looks like I can see bluish in it. Like it looks like the gold,
My bad.
but the bit going around the side looks like a lens. It's got the cogwheel effect, like the lens effect going around it.
Like it's in orbit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. This one right here.
Truncated pyramid, yeah.
I got some other good ones I'm gonna pull up real quick. I gotta look for them right now with the brain and stuff. They're not too far down my list here, but I wanted to show you these two. I know it's getting late where you are. Hold on.
Yep, you've shifted the ballpark. A crater within a globe. Yeah?
Yep.
All right.
It would be amazing to bring those two platforms together, right? The flat Earth and the globies.
Yeah.
Instead of fighting over it, and seeing it from the outside and from the inside, right?
All shapes are in this realm. That's what they fail to see, is all shapes reside in this realm. Instead of outside of the ball, we're in the inside. And let's see, where is this thing? It can't be too far down. Here we are. Thank God. Finally. Alright, I'll start with this. Not this one, but I'll work my way down. Look at this I found.
Toroidal field.
No, that's
Supposed to
Saturn's
be the
eye.
eye of, yeah.
Saturn.
Or the eye on Jupiter. The storm on Jupiter or something.
Oh, that big round dot. Orange dot. Okay.
Well, here's that cross.
Yep.
Now, this next one is a book. I was looking up China or Asia's cosmology because there's so many different ones. And remember in the Christian Bible, it states God, we're in God's footstool. Well, I was looking at this Asian book and I had to download the cover. I mean, I'm going to edit it so I could zoom that picture in.
That's a nice.
But yeah, that's a footstool. Or maybe it could be an eyeball with the legs of it being parts that attach to the,
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Exactly like that. It's got like this the squid effect, right? Like a squid. Imagine that being like a squid. That's where they get the concept of those sentinel things, right? Like a squid with just one eye floating around, and that's like that. That's the squid legs coming off it, but it's really the eye itself.
I had screenshotted this from Citizen Man because I like how, well, the Earth, Wind, and Fire album cover is one thing, but on the left, I like how whoever did that, they took the square and compass, and that's kind of like the cross or the that's kind of like the cross or the portal at the center, or the vagina, which is all the same. An eyeball, mouth, whatever. We're all the, because that also looks like a vagina to me. The Masonic symbol, the portal of life. Now look at the inside of this eyeball.
Like an egg hatching.
Yeah. They're saying this is allegedly German scientist Carl Newport is speaking on the inner Earth.
Okay. Interesting. See, I'm looking at this as the eye itself, the globe. But when you go into the globe, you get the lens. Right? So like they put in the like just imagine both sides of the shell is like the lens that I've been showing you on my documentary just a second ago with the laser work. And in the middle was the other crystal, like the other lens. So it's like a lens show what they're showing you here within the eye. I think this stuff going around, this orbital pattern, that could be like the Einstein ring or something, the Einstein lens, because it's got those type of round devices on it as well. What they got them as planets here, and even in the middle planet, it's got the how do you call it, the celestial. I know what's it called? What do they call it? On there, the star. You know, like the Big Dipper and all that stuff. How would you call it again?
Like the Milky Way.
Sirius?
No, like how can I say? Like when you look at the stars, right, and you can point out the Big Dipper, you can point out
Polaris.
Say that again.
Polaris?
No.
Alpha Centauri.
No. There's a particular name for it. Constellation. There you go.
Oh, constellation. Yep. Sorry.
Constellation. Right. It's got the constellation on the globe in the middle. If you look on it, you can see constellations on the globe. Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Like the rune signals, signs.
Yeah, it's got the signs on it.
Yeah.
And on one side, it's got the stars. So on one side, it had the constellation. On the other side, you can see stars. That was interesting.
Flick that back, check, if you can.
But you see it? One side where the sun is. Where the sun is.
Yeah. It's drawing on there. It's drawing on that ball.
Yeah.
Like the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper and
yeah.
There's Sutton Minor, Sutton Major. I forgot like Bear Minor.
Yeah.
And Bear Major. And
but if you look to the other side of it, it's just got little dots like stars twinkling. But on this side, the constellation.
We're Saturn, right?
So that's quite interesting. It's showing you like it's on the globe itself. It's not like it should be somewhere else, right? Like in the, it shouldn't be.
But it's actually showing you like it's on the inside, isn't it? It's not on the outside.
Yeah. If anything, that should be on the outer shell.
Exactly. Yeah, not on the inside. Yeah.
So let me see how I'm gonna do this. This next picture.
It's like an inverted view, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
You guys done with that? Or you want me to go back?
No. Yeah, that's good.
Now, this picture, I just recently learned that it's really this. And another thing about this picture, I always thought Adam was the guy on the left. Adam is the guy in the brain. That's a brain.
Yeah.
To the right.
Mm-hmm.
Just a reverse view of what we're seeing at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Or better yet, at least this one. So, well, you could kind of see how it's coming into play there.
Yes.
And then it turns into this. Which is very interesting to me. atom or atom. And then I had pulled this picture up.
Well, that sort of like goes with my my thinking, really. In that, you know, like, I mean, I've tried to explain this before, and I don't know if I think I failed miserably. But I'll have another go in that, you know, like, how our brain is thinking. You know, the eye of God, the brain that the eye of God is thinking as well. And so did the thoughts of the eye of God formulate the man, formulate the picture of what we are in? Ah, crikey, that's a bloody still confusing. It's how do I say it? Thought. If I was the I and my thoughts were the creation, you know, like I can think about how I'd like to create a stone feature. You know, I put it all together in my head. Are what we are in? Are we the result of a thought? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then you could say that no longer are the thoughts running this place coming from the creation, but actually coming from the things that are inside now, the thought patterns. And we are the thought patterns, you know. And our thought patterns are why it's so confusing. You know, like there's just so many thoughts going on in the world at the moment. Everybody's got a thought going in their head. You could align those with all the neuro pathways that you see in the brain.
Yeah.
And that each time you have a connection, that's like two people having a conversation, and they're having a connecting conversation where they both agree, they're both in tune with that conversation. And so that's when the spark of the neuro pathways connect.
My bad.
If that sounded a whole bloody confusing, don't worry, it was confusing to say it.
No, I kind of got a little bit from it.
Now look at this one, where it shows someone, Gabriel's back. Where it shows the holes and where you're talking about the eye sockets. You could see in that upper picture there, where it shows the eyes with the jaw, and it does look like a realm. It gives me the vibes of this thing. This is the cross with the center. This is if I'm not mistaken, I think this is Norse cosmology. I could be wrong.
Yeah, showing you the left, the cross.
Yes.
And then in the center, you see how all the colors intertwine like a vortex, how they wrap together. Right in the center there.
Yeah.
Like this picture I got, it's kind of symbolizing how the elements, I'll show you in a second, I'm gonna upload it, how the elements all come together at the center. Here it is.
You know,
this picture.
They're showing you basically the black hole. When you see things coming together, it's showing you things getting sucked into a black hole, like the quasar when they speak about the great attractor.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Showing you everything swirling, coming together. in a black hole. So that's why NASA of lately they've been saying, is it possible to live in a black hole or even live near a black hole and not even realize it? This is what they've been saying. They've been coming out with so many theories, right? But the theories that they've been talking about, I've been saying like, you know, do we live in the black hole? Do we live on the iris part? Like things like that. And now they've come out and said things like that. Is it possible to live in the black hole or next to it? You know, and even
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Google's stuff on that on NASA and how they're saying exactly those things, Adrian. Yeah.
even with the light emitting from black holes now, that's what they're starting to say. They've witnessed a star, a light emit right from a black hole. I don't know. Is that us? Are they looking at ourselves? Are we turning on new electronics or something? I don't know.
I believe they're looking at us. Yes.
But do you remember I told you the other day, Dino? They spoke about creating a new star system, not a sun, but a star system.
Yeah. I mean, what the?
Yeah. So we played it on my, I think the rebuttal bowl showed that.
When you showed your live earlier on, I know it must be for you. It'd be earlier on today. You that joker that says, you know, that see it from the eye of Christ, from the cross of Christ, right? He says, if you view this from the eye of Christ, and when all eyes are in one line, right? So, you know, we think about how we think, but our thoughts are just so jumbled because, you know, they're diving from here to there. I mean, we can hardly even stay on a conversation and even our panel sometimes without bloody moving, you know. I mean, my brain's bloody radical for that kind of behaviour. But, you know, when you're talking about being in the one eye of the cross and all eyes being in the one place at the one time, I mean, that would be an incredible thing, right?
Exactly. Maybe that's like what they're talking about, where J Dreamers, he speaks about the safest place is in the center, watching this plasma event happen. Maybe that's the cross where you're supposed to be, in the center of the lens, right?
Yeah, I've heard him talk about that. I was thinking, well, how the hell am I ever going to get there? But yeah, I've heard that conversation with him, and yeah, you know, being in the eye of the cross.
I mean, the human body is such a complex machine, a biological masterpiece. The temple, God only dwells with the only temple the creator energy dwells in is within self. All these man-made temples are the house of fucking magicians and hustlers. All these fake temples people build are outside of, they got people looking outside their own temple into these fucking fake temples, like I said, of magicians and hustlers.
But you know, this eye of the eye of the cross. Do you think that that verse where they talk about where we all clicked on Zion is this in the same?
Where is Zion? Is Zion the zenith?
Well, it might be the eye of the cross, right?
The zenith. Polaris.
Zion was the promised land or something like that.
Something like that, yes.
Isn't that talked about in the Quran? Or no?
What, Zion? I'm not too sure if it's mentioned in the Quran.
I have a Quran. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
You know how it's often portrayed that we go to heaven to get to do this, right?
Yeah,
But
but
I don't
heaven's
think
within
we leave here. We don't actually leave here. This place is one place. So if we go to the Eye of Zion or the cross, you know, it might actually be, you know, I mean, how many times do we see in different depictions, drawings of people being drawn up, like into a spaceship, or in biblical pictures, you see all these people being drawn to one point, right?
Breaking the cycle of rebirth and going to the next level or so, nirvana, and even higher to subtler realms than that.
Nirvana.
And beyond. And once you're there, how to determine if you reached it, you know?
Yeah, nirvana is like the ultimate place to reach, right? Your ultimate consciousness, your ultimate it's like the ultimate place of peace within self, right? When you reach nirvana.
Yeah, breaking the cycle of rebirth and going to the next level. But there's even higher and subtler realms.
The state of nirvana. Now look at this flag, the German flag. What does it remind you of? Because there's also white in the German flag. Now look at the cross of the native tribes. See, the native tribes have a lot of the same symbolism as the German tribes. Look at the colors, red, black, and yellow, or white. Just like the German flag.
Amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Rose
You see it? See the colors here are the same as the cross in the right hand corner I got. That's a dream catcher. But the natives also use, I got a couple pictures here of the native dream catchers, different ones. Like this one. Or this one. That's the one I'm using in the corner up there.
Yeah.
This one. Or I like this one. This is the best one. Because it has the cross. And then in the center there's a little blue. Kind of looks like our realm. The four lands in the center. Or the four lands, or it's like a compass, or even on a rifle you have your crosshairs.
Okay.
Yeah. And right in the center is bullseye.
Yeah.
It looks like a weapon that Predator will throw at you.
Yeah.
Oh, like a ninja star. Yeah, I just realized that one day. I'm like, wait a minute. I was looking this up, and I said, hold on, man, because native Michigan told me, he goes, Germans and the native Indians practice the same, you know, the tribes of Germany and the tribes of the Indians practice the same stuff. And I was looking at the German flag, and I said, holy moly, man, they got the same colors, which probably mean the same thing.
I come from Upper Peninsula, Michigan. My father is a Native American, me too. My mother's
Yeah.
German.
Native Michigan, he's Ojibwe.
Yes, exactly.
Ojibwe.
With the crane on our symbol.
I ain't heard that name in long. Ojibwe.
Chippewa is what they call it. And this, the language is Ojibwe and all. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting because I mean, in Australia, you've got the indigenous people there, and they have, their language changes just between tribes, and they can be, less than 100 miles away.
Yeah, they're in tune with everything.
The people that are out in the wilderness still are. I feel, Gabriel. A lot of the ones that have been infected have come into towns, and they're being torn apart.
Something like reservations in the U.S.
Very similar. They have reservations in the Northern Territory. They have concrete floors with a tin roof and steel right round them, so they can't burn the wood. Because you build them a house, the early ones, they used to just pull the wood up and use it for cooking.
This says the Egyptian deity understands and appears as the principle of the natural fecundity among nearly all the religions of the ancient world. She was known as the goddess with 10,000 appellations and was metamorphosized by Christianity into the Virgin Mary for Isis. Although she gave birth to all living things, chief among them the sun still remained a virgin, according to the legendary accounts. The statues of Isis were decorated with the sun, moon, and stars, and many emblems pertaining to the earth, over which Isis was believed to rule as the guardian spirit of nature personified. What a bucket that was, right?
Yeah. And the Egyptians stole it from Shakti, from India.
Okay.
Here's India, Mount Meru, and there you go with the eyeball, with the triangle view.
Yeah, right. Truncated pyramid. Let me snap that. Got the egg floating in the water, half in, half out. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that triangle view reminds me of, from a center point outward, it reminds me of a flashlight. The light, it reminds me of the Big Bang map they give you. But
it reminds me of perspective too.
Right,
right. What you're saying.
That's what I was getting to. Thank you, Dean. Yes, perspective, like the perspective of light. That was good. Now, I like Gnostic. The Gnostics, their beliefs, or whatever you want to call them, are pretty good, man. I just like the balance of life. It's like everything in life has a purpose. Like, look at the ocean, for instance, right? I think each fish, like, they filter water out. Like, I think fish could filter certain metals out. That's why in the Connecticut River, you can't eat certain fish because there's so much mercury, because they're dumping mercury in the river somehow. And a lot of the fish have mercury in them. Also, look at the bottom of the ocean. If we eat all the crabs and shrimp and all that, what's going to filter and clean the bottom of the oceans? Like, everything has a purpose. It works as a unit, the whole realm. Just like all these animals, bees have their purpose for pollen and flowers, and even insects, they all have a purpose. But, the government or people with no knowledge that are ignorant, like, put pesticides on their lawn, and then they wonder why their lawn has no color to it, because you killed all the insects that have a purpose. Like, they said instead of using pesticides in China, they use ducks. And ducks, they let all of these ducks go on the field I think rice fields or something like that. They
Yeah.
use water
Yep.
and the duck eat all the insects. No pesticides they don't use. But only in America they want to pesticide you to hell.
And they cut the lawn before they even, you know, come to full fruit and have seeds and stuff.
Look at this picture. Instead of the dragon or the serpent at the bottom, it has a big whale, I think. Some sort of big
I
fish.
got you on that one too, Gabriel. I try and leave my lawn to go to flower and for the seeds to set whenever I can, especially in the summertime. For things like dandelion flowers, I love them, and I love to see them, you know, blowing around and knowing that they're going to germinate new plants. You know, yeah.
You'll have a lot of life in your garden too.
Yeah, yeah. I'm at the moment. I've got a little bird feeders up that I'm feeding fat to the native birds so they can get extra strength over the winter. Yeah.
Yeah, my girlfriend feeds the birds over the winter. Now she can't stop, and one of them always comes in the morning and sits right near the window and waits for her friend.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah. In the winter, you can hear hundreds and hundreds. As soon as the sun come up, you can hear them, you know, singing and chirping all at once, and that frequency is kind of, you know, healing.
Well, the thing is, you know, birds got an amazing sense of smell, you know, and people don't realise that how far they can smell grain and stuff like that, right? And so, like, you know, even a person in a high-rise building in the middle of a city can put grain on their windowsill, and the birds will find it, you know.
For years, I've been planting grain in middle of cities and stuff. So the wheat is growing everywhere, and every time the weed whackers come, they just spread it more.
Oh,
I
yeah.
call it ghetto wheat. Yeah.
Beautiful, bro. That's beautiful. Yeah. Yep. To be a Johnny Appleseed and just throw your stuff, you know, spread it out. Just put it out there because the birds and the animals will carry it on. And the people with the weed whackers, like you just said, you know, they'll do a little bit too.
Yeah, the city hates me probably for that.
Well,
Yeah, and
good on you.
On
screw the
that
city.
little
Mother Earth loves it.
where they plant flowers in the middle of the roads and stuff, you know,
Yeah.
where the earth is not so deep, they won't grow high, but they still fruit.
Of course, everything likes to try and go to seed, right? You give it a chance, it will. Yeah.
The occult structure. Oh well. Woo.
5 years ago, I planted some in Stuttgart around the church, and now all around the church, on every little piece of grass, it's growing all over.
Go back, Chuck. Please go back.
Oh, bugger, I missed it. Yeah, I was going to screenshot it.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Look at the triangle as well, right?
Yeah.
The pyramid. They're showing I can see it from a few different angles, right? I can see it as a pyramid, but I also see it as like a diamond projecting rays of like lasers, lights.
The Egyptian pyramids were built by Indian stonemasons on elephants and giants and stuff.
Like, hold on, look, Dino. Imagine, look.
Yes.
Check that, right? Check. Imagine this diamond thing on top of it, right?
Yeah.
Imagine that being the sun.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right in plain sight.
Yeah, that's the rays coming out on all those lines.
Yeah. Now, imagine that being the laser show that I showed you guys on my little thing that I put together.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 Perspective, just almost like when you look at
I
image
see what you mean.
of a sphere, right? Is it half? Is it a full one? Is it this? Is it that? That's how I look at these pyramids now and all of these symbols. I look at them in different.
As an ocular view.
Yes.
Yeah. I've got you on that one.
But
Yeah.
no comparison to the temples in India, the hardest stones and stuff, and they have like a headdress or something with skulls on it, and you can put a twig in one ear and it'll come out the other.
Oh.
Stuff like that was only done on machines and lathes.
Yeah, which had to say that the technology was here before then, wasn't it?
And the giants are also.
And they had the technology, I think. Yes.
Yeah, even in the Gita, in the war where the Pandavas, the 5 brothers, go against their own teacher and stuff on the other side. One of them was a giant named Bhima.
Okay.
Isolama, Mark Basket. Wow, nobody hasn't said nothing. There's 5 people in here, but it's been quiet. No one hasn't said anything.
Yeah,
Well, they're all ears. Everybody's all ears today.
That's it.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yep.
This was an awesome live stream, man.
Well, I'm definitely going to go back over it because I missed all the beginning. But yeah, bloody awesome, guys. I'm going to drop out now. I'm going to go do some.
Some things ready as well, actually.
Yeah, I think I'll jump off. So it's been an awesome 5 hours, and I appreciate you coming by, London. I've been waiting for London and Dean and Gabriel. Well, I've been waiting for London to come by and have an awesome build.
Was amazing, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's been fun and awesome and lots to think about. Yeah, thank you very
Learning
much.
from other people, and if nobody's trying to rank on each other and stuff, it's beautiful.
That's why I want, just people that are going to come up and have great conversation and, bounce off each other's thoughts and ideas.
That's it. That's all I ask.
Was a nice live. See you guys.
Yeah. Take care,
Yeah, see you, Gabriel. Take care.
Bye.
Yes, thank you, Gabriel.
Hey, Chuck, thanks for having me again, man. Please for that, man.
Anytime, London, you know that. I know you're busy.
Thanks. Thanks for having me up too, and just thanks very much, Chuck, and great to be with you, Adrian. Catch you later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dean. Oh, you're here. Thanks, London.
Yeah, I just wanted to try and say thanks to him before he left, but yeah, but thank you, Chuck. God, I wish I'd woken up earlier now.
All right, you can rewatch it. I'm gonna leave it up.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to go and spend a bit of time rewatching it.
It's definitely well worth 5 hours of watching. The beginning part, I just read the book, CHAPTER-2 of Melchizedek, and something about, I forgot the title, Melchizedek, something about fire, but there's only 3 chapters. It's a book by Manly P. Hall, and
yes,
yesterday's stream has CHAPTER-1, and today was CHAPTER-2, and tomorrow's CHAPTER-3.
So yesterday's was the one you sent me in Telegram? Was the first one?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
Yeah.
yesterday's stream, you'll see it.
Okay. It's all right. I got them. I'm sure I go in and put a like on them, and I save them to my watch later list. Right.
Yeah.
I got so many watch later lists. God.
Yeah, I was amped up to see London come by, and I was like, I gotta get Dean up here too. And thanks to Max for coming by, Lonnie, and even Faceplant tried to come up. But
Oh, it's awesome to have such a beautiful build, Chuck, and I'm really, really pleased for you actually, because been waiting for this, been waiting for it. I think it's I think with what we are doing here is bringing it all together, bringing all our work together, and I think it's especially how your work and Adrian's work, and just Max, all these other people. We all have a piece to the puzzle. We all share what we see in our mind's eye, and through that mind's eye vision, we are probably connecting dots that have been broken apart for a very long time. So yeah, massive to be part of this kind of build, and
it's just too much shit was getting in the way, and now, shit's gonna change to where we can have good builds. There won't be no interruptions and no, bullshit going on. So maybe we can get the old days where you, me, and London would have great builds. I got to go to London's channel. But yeah.
Yeah, well, you can come over and rebuttal bar and to Adrian's main channel, and we can definitely chop it up. Yeah. I think we'll all work when we all start working together. As I think it's it's pretty much like what Adrian's been showing with how the eye of the cross, that we all come to the one-eyed view, and I mean, not a one-eyed view, a single-minded view, right?
I wanted to show you this clip, Dean, real quick before you jump off. I don't know if you got a chance to see this, but it's from the Connecticut Police Department in New Haven, Connecticut, and the cop explains the technology they have. Now, check this out. It's only 30 seconds.
The city
cool.
we have the traffic cameras that we have now can read license plates, and they can track the car with each camera. We have a bunch of cameras in the city on the major intersections, and every single street leading into the city has these cameras on them, and they read the license plates. So you're not going to enter or leave the city without us knowing about it. So with that type of technology, realistically, I don't see that policy as a negative thing.
Hey, Alchemos, you missed it, man. Me and London, man, had a great live.
Hey, Elkie.
Alchemos has been asking about me and London doing a live stream, and I finally got him over here, which is awesome. I've been wanting to, the old days we used to have great builds, and then through a bunch of chaos, all that got, plus my stupidity, it's somewhat my fault too, but
well, we all play a part in this role, we're all involved in it, and just acknowledging it and moving on from it was how we really grow.
Right.
Yeah.
See the strength in friendship. Yeah, I'm gonna check Facebook, Gabriel, as soon as I get off here. Yeah, I'll leave it up, Alchemos. London got to show a lot of his great work. He showed some new stuff he got, and yeah, I know Alchemos been asking. A lot of people. S, I think, brought it up. I know Dean's brought it up, and I brought it up, and finally, man, he had time to come through, which is awesome.
Bloody awesome, all right. Oh well, I'm going to drop out of here now. I'm going to get some things on the go.
Perfect 5 hours. Thank you, Dean, so much for coming by. Good to see you.
One love, bro. Much love to you. I love you, bro. We both do, Maureen and I. We always think of you. And just, yeah. Take care and have a wonderful evening. And we'll catch you again when we're looking at ya.
Peace, Dean, and hope you and Maureen have a great day ahead of you. And I'll see you next time.
Thanks, bro.
And peace to the chat. Elkamos, Gabriel, Crystal, Jay Heighton, London Man, Species, Soama, Candy, Faceplant. Hope it lets me go all the way back. Don McRon, Max Vision, thank you a lot for coming up, man. That was awesome. Max Vision will be going live later. Bex. Who else came through? Mark Basket. I said Lonnie. Mind's Eye. And that's all it shows. I swear there was more people than that. Maybe I'm bugging. Anyway, peace to everyone. I appreciate you all. And until next time, I hope you have a great day, night, afternoon. 4th of July is coming up. About to get me a bunch of fireworks and ignite everything in sight. Peace up. Peace out. Peace up. Whatever. Check you out next time. One love.